Module 5, Financial Control. Money is the most important subject intellectual persons can investigate and reflect upon. It is so important that our present civilization may collapse unless it is widely understood and its defects are remedied very soon. Robert Hemphill, from the Federal Reserve. All the perplexities, confusions, and distresses in America arise not from the defects in the Constitution or Confederation, nor from the want of honor or virtue, as much from downright ignorance of the nature of coin, credit, and circulation. John Adams. The study of money, above all other fields in economics, is one in which complexity is used to disguise truth or evade truth, not to reveal it. John Kenneth Galbraith. The last duty of a central banker is to tell the public the truth. Alan Blinder, Vice Chairman of the Federal Reserve. Of all the contrivances for cheating the laboring classes of mankind, none has been found more effectual than that which deludes them with paper money. Daniel Webster. The modern banking system manufactures money out of nothing. The process is perhaps the most astounding piece of sleight of hand that was ever invented. Banking was conceived in inequity and born in sin. But if you want to continue to be slaves of the bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, then let the bankers continue to create money and control credit. Sir Josiah Charles Stamp, who was the second richest man of England at the time. Money is the new form of slavery, and it is distinguishable from the old simply by the very fact that it's impersonal. There is no human relation between master and slave. Leo Tolstoy. It is well enough that the people of the nation do not understand our banking and monetary system. For if they did, I believe that there would be a revolution tomorrow morning. Henry Ford. When it is a question of money, everybody is of the same religion. Voltaire. People used to come to this country because we didn't have any oppressive taxes, any expensive kings or elite to support, no compulsory military service, and no just police state putting people in dungeons. And that's what made this country great. Everybody escaped the old world to come to the new world, to start a new life and to live free. You're going to learn in this module about how money works for the elite and against you. This should be taught to every kid in every school every year. This should be reported on the news every night. But that does not serve the elite's interest. Our schools teach us about reading, writing, math, sex, political correctness, following the rules, but not the single most important lesson which makes us ultimately successful in life, which is the study of money.
I got a bunch of money too.
Oh, I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money. I like money.
I like money.
Can't believe you like money.
Have you ever thought of why our school system would teach sex education to kids in 4th and 5th grade and teach them about drugs in 6th and 7th grade? I think studies have found that actually by teaching kids at younger ages those subjects, it actually gets them more interested in those subjects. And yet, balancing a simple checkbook is probably one of the most important skills that a citizen can learn to keep them out of trouble, to teach them how to save, and important facts like learning about compounding interest and how dangerous it is and how credit cards should be avoided. But again, that does not serve the elite's interests. Money serves three key roles in society. It acts as a medium of exchange, a unit of account, a standard of value, or a measuring stick, so to speak. And also, it acts as a store of wealth. Money must be durable, not easily counterfeited, relatively scarce, but not too scarce, easily transportable, divisible without destroying value, just about everything has been used as money throughout human history. Shells, beans, stones, feathers, animals, even cigarettes have been used as money. But gold and silver became the most common form of money due to its natural characteristics. They're relatively scarce, easily divisible, and they held value. And most importantly of all, they were universally accepted as money. Goldsmiths used to refine and produce gold and silver coins, and they naturally became a natural depository of wealth inside their safes at their stores. When people deposited their real money, the gold and silver, into the vault, they were given a receipt declaring how much was deposited. Soon people just used the receipts for the money instead of carrying the bulky coins. Because of the paper money that was being used in commerce, the real money never left the vault. Soon goldsmiths realized that very rarely did people take their real money out, and never did all the customers do it all at once. Then they got an idea. They can not only loan out his money at interest, he could also loan out other people's money at interest and make much more money. As long as the deposits were repaid, nobody was the wiser. But soon people became suspicious of these goldsmiths and demanded their real money out of his vaults. But instead of letting that go down, the goldsmiths offered to cut the depositors in on the game, and provided that they kept their money in the bank. Depositors were now paid interest from the borrowers. And now the goldsmiths became a banker. The banker became even more bold by lending money on gold and silver that wasn't even there. So originally he started lending his money at interest. Then he started lending his depositors money at interest. Now he started lending money that didn't even exist at interest. Again, as long as everyone did not come in at the same time, the game went on. But when all the paper claims on wealth came back to the banks, and there was not enough gold and silver in their vaults, the jig was up. The elite saw the power of this banking system, and through government, legitimized it by regulating this counterfeiting scheme. They institutionalized fractional reserve banking. Different kinds of money. Gresham's law is when bad money drives good money out of circulation. Fiat, or bad money, is spent and gotten rid of, while commodity, good money, is saved and hoarded. It is natural for people to want to protect their wealth from debasement. So basically, when a government introduces a new fiat currency or a paper money scheme, that money tends to be used for transactions as gold or commodity money is tended to be hoarded and taken out of circulation. Gold is an example of good money because it does not require legal tender laws to support its value. It has all the characteristics of money and is universally accepted. In fact, if we were on a gold standard, we would no longer need central banks, and it would act as a restraint on a rapacious government. So here's a recording of Jon Stewart, who is by all intents and purposes a comedian, interviewing Alan Greenspan. And I give Jon Stewart a lot of credit because, quite frankly, in this 7-minute interview, he asked more pertinent, deep probing questions to the man that has probably shaped our world more than any single person has over the last 25 years, Alan Greenspan. And I applaud Jon for all these questions that he's about to ask, and in a lighthearted, entertaining way. He's a truly talented man, but I find it's a sad commentary on our society when Comedy Central ends up asking more in-depth questions than our multi-billion-dollar mainstream media. But here's the interview. It's a great one, and I'll be able to comment on it afterwards. That was Jon Stewart and Alan Greenspan. There's a couple points I wanted to make about that particular interview, and quite honestly, there's very few videos that I'd like to make comments on. I think most of them speak for themselves. But I thought Jon did a very good job of getting Alan Greenspan to open up a little bit. The first point that he makes about expectations, Jon basically says, the Fed could, purposely goof on us, while the end result may be the same, that half a point of lowering of the interest rates. The expectations, for or against that. If the expectations are built in for 1 point, a half a point is disappointing, and if there is an expectation for a quarter point, a half a point is exuberant, which basically plays into that whole point of, is this all a game? And it certainly is. It is all about expectations. It's about the illusion of money. It's about whether we should feel more positive or negative about the future. Fundamentals do not play a driving force in the markets. There are companies that have strong fundamentals during depressions that are not valued at all. There are incredibly weak companies with no profits whatsoever that are valued incredibly, like in the tech boom. And it is about expectations, and the elite know how to one, watch that, and also two, to manipulate that for their benefit. Jon brings out a great point for the massive amount of people, that we do not have a free market capitalistic society. It is a state-controlled, even I can go so far as to say a communistic economic system here in the United States. And yet when things go wrong, capitalism is the first one to be blamed, in that the only answer is for more regulation, more centralized power, and that again plays into the elite's hand. I do want to correct Alan Greenspan when he said that the gold standard was universally abandoned because it was restrictive on the economy. The gold standard cannot and is not restrictive on an economy. It is merely a pricing mechanism in which all other prices are adjusted to the amount of gold that's in the system. What the gold standard is restrictive on, and the reason why the government's abandoned it, is because gold is highly restrictive on a rapacious government. Government spending, deficit spending, wartime spending, social spending, public works spending. The government cannot possibly spend as much money under a gold standard as they could under a fiat currency standard, where they can simply print, not even print, just digitally create as much money as they want on a whim, and therefore being able to use that to control all their market forces. So again, the governments did not get rid of the gold standard because it was restrictive on the economy. It was merely restrictive on the government's ability to spend. And that's a very important point, and one that he knows damn well what the real story is. I loved how John brought up how the market is rigged for the benefit of speculators in the elite class and the wealthy who have extra capital, and penalize the working class that try to save their money. Again, by lowering interest rates, you're lowering the value of work or past work, and in savings. And by lowering interest rates, you increase the amount of money in the system, which increases inflation, which benefits the elite because it inflates their assets, and it acts as a regressive tax against the poor middle class, whose cost of living goes up. And if the cost of living goes up, your food, your energy, your housing, all that stuff it directly reflects into the profits and assets of the elite. So by John pointing that out, I thought that was a good way of kind of looking at it from a blue collar, a white collar aspect of lowering interest rates. That we really shouldn't be cheering that when the Fed lowers interest rates, because boom times are coming. All that does is hurt our investments and our savings. Because through inflation, the elite are able to confiscate true wealth by creating more dollars into the system, which lessens the value of all the other dollars in the system, including your savings, and it forces us to spend more dollars to purchase the same amount of goods. There was another point I wanted to make. Finally, this fear and greed thing that Alan Greenspan talks about. He is correct in that it is about fear and greed. It's not again about fundamentals. It is about the base limbic system of fear and greed, and that while Alan Greenspan was not a very good forecaster in his own private practice, I've read in a couple books about him that he was mediocre at best, and that he was a disciple of Ayn Rand. He did write Golden Economic Freedom, which I'm going to be showing you a couple quotes later. He was a free market capitalist before he sold his soul for power, which he certainly reached the pinnacle of. But it is all about measuring fear and greed and what's more important at the time. And I think that is an incredible aspect that you should be aware of when as you go throughout your life to guide your investment decision. It's not how you feel; it's how society is. So, a lot of very good points that are going on here. I kind of threw this in the end because, like I said, that last interview with Alan Greenspan brought out the point that Jon Stewart and Comedy Central, have had some of the best interviews, I think, with these the elite, and I think the elite kind of are caught sidestepped by coming onto a comedy show to promote their product, and you probably think it's a lay down interview. And I think more and more they're starting to become aware that there are pretty smart, intelligent people. This is one of many interviews that Jon Stewart did with Jim Cramer. And this, I'm going to show you this 11-minute one. There's a whole bunch of other ones that he did. Jim Cramer must be a masochist to go through all this. He lived in the same town that I worked in Summit, New Jersey, which is a very wealthy enclave in New Jersey, and he just watch the interview, and I'll comment on it afterwards.
We'll be right back with the rest. And saying that it cures him.
If you run a stoplight, the police are all over you, and these guys are playing all these games and get to laugh about it on TV. There are definitely two forms of justice in this country.
Try what? Try doing that.
And John touched on a point, and it's something that's obviously to scratch the surface, but we've seen in other modules that everything that the elite do to benefit their social structure and their status and their wealth is thought out intentionally, purposefully, deliberately to benefit them, and they also focus on selling it to you irrationally on these shows, on you know, everything from an entire network, which is what Jon Stewart's touching on, you know, educating the sheeple to believe in the financial system that we have, and yet the other side of the coin that Jon's bringing out is that it is all a game, and it's all about you know, benefiting themselves and controlling us and getting us into this game. So, you know, I hope that at some point maybe Jon Stewart comes into the Sons of Liberty Academy and sees you know, the deliberateness of this, and realize how close he is to a psychopath here. You know, Jim Cramer, if he did do all these you know, shenanigans that he did, and quite honestly, if you're earning 30% for you know, multiple years, you are thieving people outright. But Jon Stewart is sitting across the desk from a psychopath that does not care. All these Wall Street guys do not care about the victims. They see them as dots. They only see money. And that, you know, again, I'm very happy that Jon's able to touch on this, but we definitely need to go deeper into this. That last 30 seconds is some of the best TV I've ever seen. It kind of gives me chills to hear such truth on TV, and it makes you aware of how much bullshit we're fed in our daily lives when a simple comment like that is able to resonate with me. You know, he's just touching on it, but to hear it on TV is quite another thing. The elite do all know. In previous modules, I showed how you know, ideologies mean nothing to these people at the top. It is all about gaming you, gaming the system, you know, selling an illusion, having you passively accept your situation in life. You know, they understand psychology. They understand your you know, deep issues, and they play it to their benefit. And to think otherwise is incredibly naive. Another distinction, and I want to bring the Constitution in, is this is why we have freedom of the press. And the elite have gone around that, not by outlawing freedom of the press, but by owning the press. There's something like 6 major corporations that own 97% of what you see, hear, and read. And the elite that own these corporations work with the elite that are within the government, within the banking industry, within you know, other industries, to sell an idea to us, to sell an illusion to us. And you know, if you think that what you're seeing on mass media is the truth, or somehow not meant to you know, influence you, you know, take your head out of the sand and look around. You know, I'm really shocked that Jon Stewart's able to come up with these, and I think it's because it's on Comedy Central that he is able to get away with this. But if he was a normal commentator on CNBC or, you know, any of these big networks, Jon would probably be brought into an office and fired, you know, or gotten rid of. Lou Dobbs was probably the only other mainstream media reporter that delves into these type issues, and you know, recently he has been basically forced out of his position. He had somebody shoot at his house, and mysteriously just stopped working with contract dispute or something along those lines. But let me just finish up the rest of this so we can get through this. But again, I give incredible amount of kudos to Jon Stewart for this interview and many other things that he's done. The final point that he brings up is when are we going to learn that our wealth is work? Again, just another great touch point for you know, a comedian to bring up. And you know, in a time of universal deceit, truth is you know, a rebellious act. I forget the exact quote because I'm thinking about something else. But our wealth is work, and the elite system has been to get us to play into their Ponzi politics, their game of illusion, their their fiat money system, their get rich quick, the leverage bet, the investor stock market, anywhere where the elite are going to profit off of. While we have this illusionary financial, insurance, and real estate economy brewing and bubbling, the elite through the back door are gutting what will make and what does make the country wealthy, which is mainly our manufacturing industry and our natural resources. By shipping those jobs overseas to countries that don't have environmental or labor regulations, that labor is cheap because they have a slave population, and while the United States is being played up as this very powerful financial force, and everybody has this illusionary wealth, we're slowly being gutted of what did make this country great. And then when the curtain opens up, and we see the illusions lifted, and we actually see what's left, that is when financial collapse is going to stare us in the face. All of our past errors are going to come, blaringly to our face, and that's when a whole new era of unimaginable change in our lives is going to happen. That paradigm shift that I opened up this academy with. We will get through it, but it is going to be an incredible hardship, and one that you definitely need to be mentally, physically, and morally prepared for. Just as a side note, one thing that I always found interesting is how much Jim Cramer looks like Vladimir Lenin. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but there it is. All right, so let's get back to the academy. You may be surprised to find that I'm not a huge fan of gold as an investment right now. What could I possibly have against constitutional honest money? Well, the question is, who owns all the gold right now? And the answer is the elite. Whether it's their central banks, the IMF, sovereign wealth funds, are actually held personally. Gold has been the main source of wealth that the elite can hide their money in, and is the basis of all money. They know that the dollar and the yen and all these fiat currencies they print are not gold, only ghosts of money. But I also believe that I've found another investment that will crush the banksters and provide at least 5 times the amount of gains that we'll see in gold in the future. And I'll cover this in great detail in Module 10. So if gold is good money, then what makes bad money hold its value? And this is done out of force with legal tender laws. When a government decrees all transactions in debt must be conducted in their own currency, it forces people to work for and use these pieces of paper by penalty of law. And most importantly, your taxes need to be paid with the bad money, and if you don't pay your taxes, the full force of the government comes down on you. So what makes the dollar so special? The dollar is backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government, which is really supported by the ability to force taxes out of its citizens. And those taxes are paid by the ability of its citizens to use and consume massive amounts of oil. The oil is transacted only in dollars and in Anglo-American markets, meaning that the only way that any country can buy oil is through a dollar monopolized system that is conducted mainly in London and New York, and that every single barrel of oil up until recently, and I'll get into that later, has been you need to have dollar reserve currency to buy that oil. And since oil is the lifeline of all economies, every nation in the world is forced to hold those dollars. The fact that oil is only available in dollars provides an incredible support for the dollar and a huge strategic advantage of the United States over its competitors. Those oil profits are then recycled into Anglo-American financial institutions, providing capital and lower interest rates, making their economies even more competitive. Finally, the United States has the ability to secure oil if push comes to shove. 5 carrier battle groups protect sea lanes and world trade, and over 700 military bases are within vital oil pipeline countries. So when you look at our system, we realize that the dollar came off the gold standard in 1913, again was defaulted with Richard Nixon in the 70s, and has been purely fiat since then. And I'll get into the history of how this is all was planned, but more or less the dollar has been the petrodollar, and that because of our strategic ability to transact all oil in dollars, and that enables us to buy real oil, real energy, real lifeblood of the economy, our economy has been able to grow because now 5% of the world's population can now consume 25% of the world's oil relatively cheaply without us sacrificing anything. And this will come to an end, and we're already seeing the foundations of this start to crack. Fractional reserve theft. The process by which banks create money is so simple that the mind is repelled. John Kenneth Galbraith. Money is not created by government. It is created by privately owned banks. And banks don't just loan money that's deposited to a bank like we're led to believe. As much as I love that movie and I watch it every year, that's just perpetuating a myth that our money is real and that it's loaned out to other people for productive assets. We're told that the way the banks work is that grandma deposits $10,000 at the bank and she's paid 3% interest. And then the bank turns around and loans that money to her grandson at, say, 6% interest, and the bank makes a 3% spread. That's what's in the back of our minds. It may not be overtly told that way, but that's how we're told that it works. Fractional reserve banking is simply the bank must have on reserve anywhere between 1% to 20% real dollars backing up their loans. And governments back up the individual banks with the central bank to act as a lender of last resort. They issue fiat money, or money by decree, to run the whole system. Now, the fractional reserve requirement is only the amount of debt money, since all money is debt, on hand to back up debt money issued. So let's see how the fractional reserve system actually works. So how does the Federal Reserve create money out of thin air? First, the Federal Open Market Committee approves the purchase of U.S. bonds. The bonds are purchased by the Fed, pays for the bonds with electronic credits to the seller's account, which would be the government in this case. The bonds are then deposited, or the banks then use these deposits as reserve, and they can loan out 10 times that money in interest. So essentially any money that's deposited at the Federal Reserve, the banks can, it's power money, it's a force multiplier for banks and financial institutions and governments. But right there, money was created. Where did, in this little issue, where did the Fed get the money in number 2? You know, the Fed purchases the money. The Fed creates the money out of thin air, like that, using the Mandrake mechanism. That's Mandrake the magician back there. And then purchases the bonds, which are the debt,
which are the backing of all the, which is debt backs all the dollars that are brought into existence. And with that debt, interest is attached. But the Fed uses money that they create out of thin air to pay for this. The Fed buying $1 billion of U.S. bonds turns into $10 billion in bank deposits. That's that force multiplier, that high-powered money that is injected into the system. So anytime the Fed or the government wants to manipulate the money supply, they use this process to work as a force multiplier in the banking system. The Fed creates 10% of the money, and all the smaller private banks create the rest of the money when it's loaned into the public. When the Fed wants to contract the money supply, it simply sells the bonds it owns, and the money supply shrinks by 10 times the sale. So say someone wants a car for $10,000. He goes to the bank for a loan. In order for that loan to be written, the bank must have $1,111 on deposit, and usually they get that money from you when they write the loan, at the central bank to fulfill its 9-to-1 fractional reserve ratio. The other $8,889 is simply created out of thin air. When the car is sold, the seller brings the $10,000 into the bank and deposits it. The bank can now write a new loan of $9,000, keeping $1,000 to meet its fractional reserve ratio of 9-to-1. So let's look at this $10,000 that came into the monetary system. Remember that it started off with an original deposit of $1,111 at the central bank, which enabled it to use that force multiplier and allowed the bank to issue that first $10,000 of money, or first $10,000 loan. So we already saw the very first process of this. The $1,100 was deposited, enabling the bank to loan out a $10,000 loan. That is then sold to buy a car. That person takes that $10,000 and enables the new bank to issue a new loan for $9,000, keeping $1,000 in reserve. But now see how this ability of the system to create more and more money. So now between just those two loans, the guy buying the $10,000 car, the $10,000 car seller brings his $10,000 in, and the bank makes another loan for $9,000. So far, $19,000 has been created out of thin air. And if we take this down to its logical progression, we will see that the banks, through fractional reserve lending, can lend out a total of $100,000 created out of that. And it reminds me of those little Russian dolls. As you slowly open up these dolls, you'll see that another doll is in there. But in this case, you have that initial deposit, and then as more loans, as the money goes through the system, more loans are created. And this is all from, again, that power money that's deposited at the central bank. And all of it is debt. Again, we saw no equity involved here. There was no real backing to it. There was no commodity that was produced to it. And you start to see the power of this system and why the elite are so intent on using it to manipulate our world. Because money affects everything. So provided all the money is deposited in the banking system, the system can collect interest on theoretically $100,000 from that original $1,111 deposited at the central bank. If all these loans earn 10%, just a round number, the banking system and the banking community would be able to collect $10,000 in interest based off of that original deposit. The sick thing is, this isn't even good enough for the bankers who now in most cases don't even need to have reserves on deposit at the central bank. There are big banks. I know that Citibank and Bank of America, they literally don't have a reserve requirement. They're entities unto themselves. They are able to create money without any restraints. And essentially that's what, the further up you go into their system, the lower the reserve requirement is. If you were to start a new bank, which I had a couple of business partners do in 2007, which I had the opportunity to invest in, and I chose not to because I saw all this coming, and they have lost almost half their equity since then. That's a side note. They were required to keep 20% on deposit, and that restricts the new players into the market, which limits competition, and provides less profits and less chance of success. While more established banks may only have a 10% reserve requirement, enabling them to be more aggressive in their loans. The really big Wall Street banks that you hear about, they typically will only have a 1% reserve requirement, or in some cases, none at all. There is a limit to physical assets, and therefore there's a limit to banks and governments. But in this system, there's no limit to the amount of money or debt that the system can create. And that is why everyone is in debt. I'm going to go over this in the next slide, but have you ever wondered why everybody is broke, and how is it possible that everybody's broke? Even if you took in consideration the wealthiest people in the world, like a Warren Buffett, he may have $40 million or $40 billion, but that may be nothing compared to California's budget crisis. If you took all these aggregate wealthy people and put them together, there's no way that their quote-unquote wealth would offset the amount of debt that's in the system. And that's because in our system, money is debt. Every dollar that is brought into creation has... So when debt is created, money is created. When debt is repaid, money is destroyed. The only way for our economy to function is through a constant expansion of credit. And if you think all this is crazy, wait until you get a load of this. Banks only create money for the principal of the loan. Now think about that. When the Federal Reserve first bought that original deposit, they only created $10,000 of principal for that person to go buy that car. But where was the 5 or 10% interest that's attached onto that? Where does that come from? So where does that money come to pay for the interest? If you have that $10,000 there and you have to pay $10,500 back, where does that $500 come from? The bank doesn't create it. And if all money's brought into existence that way, where does the interest come from? The only place to get the principal and interest is from the economy. If all money was brought in the same way, then everybody's fighting to get enough out of the economy or system to pay for the principal and the interest. And it is physically impossible for everyone to pay off the principal and interest because the money interest does not exist yet. So if you have to pay back $10,500 and you're that $10,000 guy, the whole economy is $10,000, and that $10,000 enabled you to buy goods and services in the economy, and you spent all of it in the economy, and you were to pay it back through your work and effort, and yet there's a grand total of $10,000 in the economy. How would you be able to pay back $10,500 with the interest attached onto it? You couldn't. It's impossible. So how does the system work? How come it just doesn't blow up? The only way for the system to function is that more debt, principal, needs to be created every year in excess of the debt, principal and interest of the previous year. So in order for that person to pay back that $10,500 loan, somebody else needs to take out more money the next year. Typically, or in this case, another $500 in principal into the system to have it work. Obviously, they would have to take out much more because there's other actors involved. And that's why state, local, personal, corporate, and federal debt keeps rising, because in order for this system to keep churning, keep pumping enough money into the system, more debt has to be created every year to pay not only the principal of past debts, but the interest that's accrued on top of it. Then we get into this crazy game. That debt that then is created to satisfy the past debts and interest needs more debt to service the new interest that's brought in on this game. It's a huge game of musical chairs, and as long as the music's playing, the game will continue. So, exponential growth in a limited world. Compound interest is the most powerful force in the universe, Albert Einstein. We typically realize and understand growth through linear growth. So if we started off with 10 and added 2 linearly, and we kept adding 2 to every successive number, we would see a natural progression of growth that's smooth and quite easy for our brain to understand. But exponential growth works quite differently. So if we start off with that same 10, and instead of 2, added 20% to each number, you can see very easily that these numbers tend to get out of whack really soon. And if I plotted that on a chart, that would be able to show you, visually how that difference between linear and exponential growth works. And one key here is that knee of the curve there, that's when things start going parabolic. And that leads to an incredibly unstable system, because at some point it will end. I think in order for us to understand how this exponential system works, basically larger and larger numbers are needed to satisfy the system. And one section I wanted to do, somebody spent a great amount of time working this out, and I really applaud their efforts. I wish I knew who it was, but they wanted to make our money system visualized, because we've become numb by big numbers. So this is just like the linear system, that's easy to grasp, it's easy to comprehend. But when we start getting this exponential growth and these huge numbers, our brain is almost incapable of understanding it. So here is a picture of $10,000. It's a nice tidy stack. It's probably only about half an inch big or so, and that represents a good deal of money for some people. It's maybe all the savings that they have. For other people, it could be a great weekend in Vegas. But it's a number that we can easily wrap around. We can put our time and effort into it. We can figure out how much we would need to work to do that. We can figure out what we can buy with that. Maybe a decent used car. Maybe an expensive home theater system. But it's a number that we can easily understand. That is $1 million. Again, probably the majority of Americans probably wouldn't make that in their entire life, much less accumulate that type wealth. And if you're considered a millionaire, you're in the upper crust of the world. That is $1 billion, and now we're starting to see this visualization start coming through. $1 billion 20, 30 years ago was huge, and only numbers that governments could possibly obtain. Now we have personal wealth in excess of $1 billion. And if you were to stack all these $100 bills together and put them on pallets, that's what it would look like. And the government does stack $100 bills in pallets like this. In fact, I should have put in a picture of this, but if you go onto Google and Google money in Iraq and money in Afghanistan, you'll see literally pallets of this, of freshly printed Federal Reserve notes that the government uses to buy loyalty in these occupied lands of Iraq and Afghanistan. and the money is spent for the sole purpose of quelling opposition, buying off key players in the area, and basically instilling our values onto them. But as we all know, that only goes so far. This is $1 trillion. Now we're starting to get into this unbelievable, can't comprehend how much money that is, how much time and effort it would take to physically print all that type money. Our system, mainly because it's digital, does not need to ever create this much money. In fact, I don't even think that there's this much money physically printed in circulation throughout the entire world. But that being said, I want to make a clear difference here. You see that $1 billion? Okay, the single stacks, 5 deep by 2. This picture is not only that single stack 5 deep by 2, but notice that it's a double stack. See how the guy now, it's twice as tall? So if we really were to lay this out, we probably wouldn't be able to see the details in the stacks in this picture. So see, it's up to his waist, and now it's up to his head. That's $1 trillion, and that is because of our exponential growth system and the need for more money to be created every year in excess of the principal and interest. We're starting to get into these unbelievable, ridiculous, unsustainable numbers that are literally mind-boggling. But this is an incredible visualization of how we can look at this. That is $12 trillion. Now we're starting to get even beyond. This is our current federal budget, or current federal deficit, our official debt. And the government keeps raising these debt ceilings. I think in 6 times in the past 2 years they keep raising the debt ceiling. And quite honestly, I don't know why they just don't cut the chase and make the debt ceiling $1 quadrillion, which is beyond $1 trillion. But they do it out of, I guess, political reasons, because they don't want to scare people too much. It's much better to work through gradualism than shock when it comes to money, because people's reactions are, very understandable what they will do. But now we're at $12 trillion. So this is official debt that we have. All this debt has been created. We owe it. I think at the end of this chapter, I'll be able to show you what we owe, both personally, per family, per taxpayer, but they're huge sums of money. I mean, $40,000 per person, I think $160,000 per family. If you were to take all of American citizens and divide this up, they're just huge numbers. But I really wish that was the end of this. Maybe $12 trillion is doable, but that's not the whole picture. This is a chart of the total amount of money that's in circulation, the entire money supply, and you can see at the bottom here the GDP of the economy, household debt, wages and salaries, total household credit. You can even see the S&P in there, that little pink line at the bottom, or the little blue line at the bottom. And our gross savings, like how much our citizens have sent. And the key to this is you now start to see this parabolic spike upwards in debt creation. And if we added up if we really had an accounting system that really accounted for government's liabilities and assets and profit and loss, much the same way that we're forced to do in our own businesses and our own personal life, we would see that we would have $56 trillion of real debt that we have incurred. And this is called unfunded liabilities, meaning that the government is liable to pay for the baby boomers' retirement, the Medicare, the Social Security, their pills that they're going to get, their retirement savings, all this stuff. And the government is responsible for it. There's nothing there, but they're responsible for it. Now these trillions of dollars are now just these weird little shapes on the side of the on the slide, and we start to see how impossible and how unstable and how this will all end. And the major reason why I hope that you came to the Sons of Liberty Academy is to see your world that you're comfortable in right now is incredibly unstable, and it will end, and it's going to end tremendously bad for those people who do not understand these simple principles. While there is no limit to the amount of debt that can be created, there is a limit to the amount of real products and goods to buy with that debt. Anyone who believes exponential growth can go on forever in a finite world is either a madman or an economist. Ken Boulding. This is a quick little video demonstration to see how exponential growth works. This guy's going to drop one ball, and it's going to touch another ball, and that ball is going to pop up, and then those two balls, while they're in the air, are going to land and touch another two balls, and then those four balls are going to pop back up in the air and touch 16 balls. So you can see the action of this. And now think of this action as transactions in the economy, money being created, debt being created, our economy pumping at this. And it's going to come to a point, and you'll see in this video, that there's going to be a hyper amount of action in the system because the system demands it. In order for it to continue, it must create more and more and more hyper reaction into the system in order for it to survive. But like all these systems, just like a cancer or any like this ping pong demonstration, it will all end. So let's see exponential growth in a finite world. And that was a key point, and that's why I wanted to end it there, that the rate of growth is even growing at exponentially. So say the system starts off with a 1% easily understood growth. As it starts compounding upon itself and starts to, like the engine on the train starting to chug and chug and chug, eventually gets to a point where that 1% may turn into 30% or 100%. Rapid inflation if you take it to its end. So I think that's an important principle to see. Worse than murder? We are told this story in order to get the sheeple to trust their money to the criminals. So this is a little video that is basically put out there to make it seem like we're quote-unquote educating the people, but really it's just to get us to blindly follow into their system so they're able to take advantage of us. But let's watch it.
Let's say you deposit $100 in a savings account with a 3% APY. That $100 will earn $3 in interest over the course of a year. Now, you could take that $3 in interest and buy a latte, but you decide to leave it in the bank. This way, you have more money in the bank and earn interest on $103 instead of $100. As long as you leave it alone, your money will grow even faster because the interest adds up year after year. It's called compound interest, and this simple idea will help Jasmine buy a home. Here's how. In her piggy bank, Jasmine has saved $5,000. But for the home she wants, she knows she'll need more and realizes that smart saving is all about thinking long term. If she deposits this in a bank and earns 3% APY, that $5,000 would become $9,000 in 20 years. That's $4,000 more thanks to compound interest. $9,000 is good, but it may not be enough. To help her money grow even faster, Jasmine decides that she can add $100 to her savings each month. That's $1,200 a year, even more money to earn interest. This will be a huge help. Jasmine can see she's getting close. With the $5,000 she has saved, plus the money she adds monthly, she can save $29,000 over 20 years if she saves it in a piggy bank. But with compound interest from her bank, that $29,000 could become over $42,000 in 20 years. A nice start on buying her dream home. All she had to do was add money to her savings regularly and watch it grow. Yay!
I think to the casual person watching this, and maybe I'm a little hard, I find these extremely insulting. They're designed to manipulate us into working into the system. They're childish. I mean, what's with the yay? If Jasmine wants to buy a home and she even starts thinking about this in her mid-20s, according to this, she's going to be in her middle 40s before she can actually afford a home. And the reason why the home prices are so expensive is because of this monetary system that's constantly growing, pushing these asset prices up for the benefit of the elite and people who do own assets. But it prices out the work and the savings of all these other people. While it is important to know and use this principle of compounding interest, and I've certainly used it to my benefit, only sheeple blindly follow this. There are two major forces that work against this that's not explained in that video, whether it was done on purpose or by accident. The elite don't tell us this. Inflation and taxes work against that whole principle. If Jasmine in that example was to simply work at putting that money aside, she wouldn't reach it in 20 years, even using his calculations, because of inflation and taxes. And this is a very important quote to understand. The way to crush the bourgeoisie, or the middle class, is to grind them between the millstones of taxation and inflation. This is an incredibly powerful concept that you need to understand. The elite understand this, and you need to understand it. In that example, if inflation's running at 5%, and she's earning 3%, she's actually losing 2% of her purchasing power every year, meaning that house is probably going up at 5%, and she's only earning 3%. Every time that she puts money into the system, she's literally getting further and further away from hitting that the ability to put a deposit down, because in order for her to reach that $40,000 goal that she has set, if the house keeps going up at 5%, she would probably need $60,000 by the time that she gets there. And if she doesn't, have that interest earning in excess of the inflation, which she never will, falling into the system, she's the ability, or her goal, keeps going further and further away. So again, that house is going up faster than her ability to save up for the down payment. And then regardless, whatever the inflation is, she is taxed on her nominal income from that interest. So if she earned that $2, the government's going to take away 20, 30, 40 cents of that, and physically take away her income from there. So between the money, the nominal money that she earns, which is the interest that you see, the government's going to take their piece, limiting the ability for you to get the full benefit of that. And over and above that, inflation is eating away, and again, inflation is a tax. It is a very real tax. If the government spends more money than it has and puts that money into circulation, that money dilutes the purchasing power of the dollars through deficit spending, and acts as a very real tax on this. So this cartoon that this is put out there to educate us really is meant to enslave us, unless we're given the full story like you're seeing here in the Academy. Plus, we've already seen how this money is used by the elite to turn your money into more debt and income for themselves. So why would governments borrow money at interest when they could simply print it themselves? Why not use a money system that does not require constant increase in debt? A pure fiat money system or a commodity-based system would be a much better solution for us. I'm starting to see this punchline keep coming up, but that does not serve the elite's interest. What do you think of usury? What do you think of murder? So here's this brilliant philosopher, 2,000 years ago, was asked what he thought of usury. And quite honestly, what do you think of murder? It is an unholy system. Usury has been always the tool of the elite to abuse the masses. It is profit without labor, and is no different than slavery. And I really believe that once a politician starts to understand this, and I hope that this academy starts bringing out, is there is an incredible amount of political force that would be created if there was a politician, an Andrew Jackson, someone along that line, Abraham Lincoln, to free debt slaves. I mean, who wouldn't vote for a guy who's going to say, hey, listen, let's wipe the system clean, everybody out of debt, let's start all over again? Because this probably wouldn't work 5, 10, 15 years ago because people were feeling the good parts of inflation and saw that. But now as this whole system starts crumbling down, if somebody is able to go out there and say, hey, listen, this is completely unsustainable, it's going to end badly if we keep going down this road, it's better to take this medicine now, sober up, get clean, and let's start off with a brand new system that the government's just going to print whatever money it needs. We may not even need income taxes. You know, who wouldn't vote for that? And yet that politician probably wouldn't get any media attention, be called kook or crazy. The education level of most of the people would, you know, instantly follow for the, oh, that's crazy talk. Meanwhile, it would be the most freeing thing in, you know, human history to free 300 million people from debt. And if that president were able to make it into office, start bringing this liberty and freedom throughout the rest of the world, and really chop at these elite bankers, most likely he would be assassinated. Let's be honest here. I found this usury. Even Jesus can only take so much. So this shows Jesus, you know, beating the bankers out of his temple. But every major religion in the world forbade usury or charging of interest. Christian, Muslim, Jewish, and maybe some of the Eastern religions, but again, I'm coming from a Western perspective. Jewish law forbids Jews from charging interest to other Jews. But as an interesting side note, it was okay to lend money to Gentiles. Do not charge interest on loans you make to fellow Israelites, whether you loan money or food or anything else. You may charge interest to foreigners, but you may not charge interest to Israelites. Interesting quote there. If you lend money to among my people to who is needy, do not be a money lender and charge him no interest. Exodus. Oppresses the poor, commits robbery, does not restore his pledge, lifts his eyes upon idols, commits abomination, lends at interest, and takes increase, shall he live? He has done all the abominable things. He surely shall die, and his blood shall be upon himself. Ezekiel 18. O you who believe, fear Allah, and give up what remains of your demand for usury, if you are indeed believers. If you do not abstain, take notice of war from Allah and His Rasul. That is from the Quran. Obviously, I'm not Muslim, but I did look very hard for that quote because I knew that the Muslim religion is against it. They have Shia laws or Shia laws that purposely prevent all Muslims from using that, and that's actually been one of the good forces in the world from a big perspective, that we have all these oil-rich nations that are not falling prey to that, whether personally or governments. Yet we now see Dubai, probably the most secular of the Muslim nations, now have this debt crisis, and deservedly so, for basically going against the Quran or God or Allah or whatever it is. But basically everybody who participates in it will end up paying dearly for it. So I wanted to look at the church, the Holy Roman Catholic Church, and how they were against it. In 325, the First Council of Nicaea forbade clergy from engaging in usury. In Pope 1311, Pope Clement V made usury a heresy and abolished all secular legislation which allowed it. And again, the church back then was probably more powerful than the federal government today when you take in consideration their money wealth, their political power, but they also had that extra little kick to their power, which was their religious power and the ability to damn people to hell. I mean, if the federal tax, if the IRS came to me, the worst that they could do is throw me in prison and take my money, but they couldn't damn me to hell and have me believe it. So it's just, they're very powerful, and it's a different perspective, and I wanted to share with you. In 1586, Pope Sixtus V condemned usury as detestable to God and man. In 1745, Pope Benedict XIV forbids usury. And St. Thomas Aquinas said that usury was wrong because it amounted to the double charging of the product. This is a very good point. As many of you know, I was in the car business for many, many years. My family had a couple car dealerships in New Jersey, and we did charge extra for it. We would sell a car for, say, $20,000, and maybe only make a profit of $5,000 or $1,000 on that. But if the finance manager was able to get an approval for, say, 6% on a car loan, and then turn around and mark up the interest on that to 9%, that back-end money, if the loan was paid throughout the end, would generate far in excess the ability of us to generate that profit in the beginning. And quite honestly, the whole value of a car franchise is the ability to really create debt. It's not selling a physical commodity anymore. It's the ability of the dealer to create massive amount of debt and get a cut from it. Making money off of having money was viewed as a parasite to the economy. So we have seen how this can destroy economies, destroy people's lives. I have since divested of all this, my family's dealership. And hopefully I'm using this to repent for my complicity in this, because I certainly did make a good bit of money from participating in this system. But the Catholic Church found another way to garner money and power, and this is another key insight that I hope to touch on in a couple different ways. Do you know why Catholic priests are not allowed to marry? I grew up Catholic, Irish Catholic, and met many great priests, befriended many of them, and yet I couldn't really understand why they were not allowed to be married, especially with many other Christian religions. Priests are not only married, they're encouraged, and they have a lot of kids. My wife is Greek Orthodox, and all the priests that I've met are married and have multiple kids. And I couldn't get over that that argument in my head, because I didn't understand why a church would have forbid what would seem completely natural and holy for a man and woman to get together, reproduce, and have more kids. Go forth and multiply and take the world. And yet here it is, my moral and religious authority telling their own people, don't do it. I mean, even most of the apostles were married. So were popes and priests for a while, until the Catholic Church forbade it. And they did this not for religious reasons, but for economic and political reasons that I think escapes the average person. The church was losing power to local priests and archbishops as land was donated to local churches, and then they would eventually become more powerful than the Holy Roman Catholic Church in Rome. The local priests and archbishops would naturally train their sons in the profession and pass their estates off to them. But the elite in Rome figured if they no longer allow their priests to marry and take a vow of poverty, all the property would naturally passed to the Holy Roman See, or the Holy See in Rome, which is the Vatican. And it did. The Catholic Church is one of the largest landowners in the world, and they don't pay taxes. So it's incredibly powerful economic and political force that the church was able to secure for themselves, and is a key insight into why they are so powerful. Government is complicit in this counterfeiting system. That's easy for me to say. They create legal tender laws. They charter and regulate banks. They use the courts to enforce debts. That's a very key aspect. They collect taxes only using the legal tender. And they never educate the people on money. Public school education on money is absolutely atrocious, and it's designed that way. They do not want the average person to know the knowledge that we're passing out here today in the Academy, because if they did, their way of life, their system, their power would be undercut, and that's exactly why I'm doing this. Legal tender laws protect the value of fiat by making it illegal not to accept anything else in repayment of debts. It also forbids competing currencies that would be a threat to their system. Ron Paul's actually trying to push for legislation that apparently isn't going to go anywhere because of the ignorance of our political leaders and our citizens as a whole, to allow competing currencies, to allow people to pay out payrolls in legal tender. In fact, there was a case in, I think, Nevada. And I'm bringing this up for informational and educational purposes only, and I do not recommend this because one thing I will never do is not pay my taxes, because you just leave yourself open to an incredible amount of pressure. And there's much better ways of attacking the system than being a tax protester. But this gentleman out in Nevada paid his employees with legal American U.S. tender. So he would say, okay, you worked for me. I'm going to pay you $30 for your week's worth of work, and pay in $30 of official U.S. denominated bullion currency, marked $1, paid that in currency, in coins, and on the books paid $30 to that person. Where in reality, each of those silver coins is worth $15 in Federal Reserve note value, or $20. Now, instead of paying taxes on $600, people are now claiming that they got paid $30, and so he eventually went to court. I think he lost, and he did this for quite a long time. But I mean, do you see the how the elite play that game, where they issue all this money, they inflate the system, and yet if you get smart to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to use legal tender. I mean, this is printed by the United States government. It says $1 on it. It's silver. It's the constitutional dollar is silver. It's a couple hundred grams of silver, and it's legal currency. And if you use that and play that system, you're going to jail. So just a little side point there. The government also benefits from this system because they're never short of money to buy power. And remember that quote from Alan Greenspan, the reason why governments got rid of the gold standard, he said, was because it was restrictive on the economy. And it's not. The gold system is restrictive on governments. And throughout all this process, the meaning of money has changed from money as value or a commodity or something tangible to money as debt. And that's another video that I would love for you to watch, Money as Debt. It's on Google. A great breakdown of all of this. In fact, many of the principles covered here are covered in there. A little bit more visually simulating than my little PowerPoint presentation. Inflation. Lenin was certainly right. There is no subtler, no surer means of overturning an existent basis of society than to debauch the currency. The process engages all the hidden forces of economic law on the side of destruction, and does it in a manner that not one man in a million is able to diagnose. John Maynard Keynes. And I hope through the spreading of this knowledge, both through the Academy and all the patriots out there, that at least we can turn that into not one man in 10,000 or one man in 1,000 or 100 as this knowledge becomes more widely known and undermining the ability of the elite to manipulate us. Most people think of inflation as rising prices. You talk to somebody that gas prices go up, they say, oh, it's inflation, and they see it as prices going up. The reality is it's merely a symptom of inflation. Inflation at all times is a monetary event. It's not something weird and mysterious like Gerald Ford said with his Whip Inflation Now campaign that we don't know how inflation happens. We know very well how inflation happens. When the money supply is created in excess of the available goods and services of the economy, that is when inflation occurs. The more dollars that are in circulation, the less they are worth. So just like if there was the Mona Lisa only has value because there's one copy of it. Well, can you imagine if I forget the artist of it. Can you imagine if the artist made 30 copies of it and had it out there? Regardless of how beautiful it is, it would become worth less because there was more of it out there. And then say that there was many forgeries that went out there, and all of a sudden there's 1,000 Mona Lisas out there, and you couldn't tell who the original Mona Lisa was. It would literally become not worth nearly as much as it is, and it works the same way with dollars. If there's $1 billion in circulation, those dollars have value to buy goods and services in the economy. But if the government all of a sudden put $10 billion on top of that, the purchasing power of those dollars would become less. So in reality, the prices of goods are not going up. This is so important, and this is for somebody who's not into this. Stop and think about this. The prices of goods are not going up. It is the value of the dollar that's going down, and therefore you need more dollars to buy the exact same amount of goods. And that's why it's so important to watch the price of gold. All the gold that's ever been mined throughout history is still above ground, is still being held as value. It is available out on the market. The amount of gold that's mined every year, I think, regardless of record production and stuff, can only increase the total supply of gold through all their efforts, through all their discoveries, can only increase the total amount of gold in circulation out there by 1% a year. So when you see the gold price going up, it's not because there's less gold out there. In fact, there's probably just a little bit more gold every year because of the mining process. But it takes more dollars, more yen, more euros, more loonies to buy the exact same amount of gold. And if you look at gold now, we are in a secular bull market where gold is going up in all currencies all over the world relatively at the same pace, and that's because all governments are increasing the amount of dollars, loonies, yens, euros on a constant and purposeful process, and that's why we're seeing this secular bull market in hard assets. Gold was valued at $20.65 an ounce under the gold standard, and it stayed that way for 97 years. So there were many American generations that went through their lives and never even contemplated what inflation was. Prices were stable under the gold standard. The dollar was literally as good as gold. And again, this is legal tender currency. The gold coin on the right, I think, has a $50 face value. The silver coin the gold coin on the left. The silver coin on the right has a dollar value. And again, what that gentleman in Nevada did was, instead of paying $600 towards his employees and paying, FICA tax and he really went way around the system, and employment tax and Social Security and all that other stuff that goes on to it. He paid $30 on the books, quote unquote, and actually gave them 30 silver coins which had far in excess of the value of what they had. While it's smart, maybe economically, it's definitely not smart if you want to avoid jail. So say you wanted to buy a new Corvette convertible and it would cost around $60,000. If gold was priced at $1,000 an ounce, it would roughly cost you 60 ounces of gold. But if the dollar really was as good as gold and valued at that $20.65, which it was at some point, the cost of that Corvette should be $1,200, meaning that there's already been $5,800 or $58,800 of inflation that's been built into the car since we've come off the gold standard. The dollar roughly has only 2% of its purchasing power it once had when we had constitutional money. Here's another way of looking at it. If you're old enough, and I'm certainly not, a gallon of gas used to cost a quarter back in 1964. Back in 1964, our quarters were 90% silver back then. And if you value the silver content of that quarter now, it's roughly $3.11, or roughly the value, the price of a gallon of gas now. So again, to get this really beat it into your head, we see the prices of gas going up, and we see inflation, and we think of inflation as the price of the gas rising, when in reality, through their trickery, it's the dollar that's losing purchasing power. And if we had constitutional money, we would have a stable system, because the government could not create excess money in excess of what could physically be brought to the market in silver and gold. So again, think about that. A gallon of gas used to cost a quarter back in 1964. A quarter used to be 90% silver. And if you value the silver content in that quarter now, it's roughly $3.11, or roughly a gallon of gas. There was another statistic I found that throughout history, just to show you the stability of the gold standard, if a young Roman soldier wanted to buy, or a young Roman politician wanted to buy, a nice suit to go to a party or a ball or whatever, and bought the toga and the sandals and the belt and the little, olive branch crown that was so fashionable back then, it would roughly cost an ounce of gold to be able to buy that. Much in the same way, in the medieval times, if a lord wanted to buy, their puffy velvet outfits and the shoes and the belts and all that other stuff, that would roughly cost an ounce of gold. And it's the same way today. If you wanted to go buy a nice suit at, say, Brooks Brothers, get the shirt and the tie and the boots and the all the stuff so you look hip, it would roughly cost an ounce of gold, showing the stability and the relative pricing mechanism of the value of the gold versus the commodities that are available at the time. So very interesting points to be brought up. The real sin of inflation, and again I touched on this before, is it is a regressive tax on the American people. By printing more money, the dollars we save and earn become worth less and less, and it is an outright confiscation on our wealth. It is a regressive tax because it hurts the poorest the hardest. If the most basic necessities become more expensive, they are hurt the most. Inversely, it benefits the rich inordinately because their cost of living goes up, but their assets go up farther and further, and sometimes at tax-free, then their costs go up. So they actually become richer because of this. And that is why you can always plan on more inflation with our government and banking system, because those that own the system benefit from it the most, and they want inflation. They want it subtle because it provides stable a rise to them and stable political powers, but they benefit from it. One other point, the well-connected elite are also the first ones to spend the new money in the economy. Therefore, they can buy assets before the inflation even pushes up the prices. This is another key concept. Think about all these bankers that get the stimulus bailouts, these military contractors who, like Halliburton and Kellogg, Brown and Root. If money is created through this interaction between the federal government and the Fed, what does the government spend that money on? Politically well-connected people purchasing the government purchasing either studies, military contracts, road contracts, but all those people who are connected to those politicians, they get that money first. So if the government starts this inflationary process of creating more money, the first money that's spent is to those politically well-connected people, and they're able to buy assets on the market before their inflation creeps into the system. It takes something like 9 months for the time that money is introduced into an economy for it to actually show up later through a general rise of prices. So again, another important point on how the elite benefit from this system. Let's go back in history. The original denarius was mostly silver and was about 1/10 of an ounce. So here's a picture of it there. And it paid the wages for a Roman soldier for 1 day. So if you were a gladiator like in the movie and you were a soldier, that's what your pay would be, and that would be able to pay for your food and clothing and upkeep and lodging for that day. Maybe have a little bit left over for for a good time. A few hundred of these denariuses could buy a pound of gold at one point. Then Diocletian in 300 AD debased the silver currency, so it took 5,000 denarii to buy a pound of gold, and we start to see the process of, in ancient time, creating inflation in the system before they had the electronic printing press that we now have. 25 years later, with less silver and smaller coins, it took 300,000 denarii to buy the same pound of gold. And by 350, you needed close to 2 million of these small bronze denarii to buy 1 pound of gold. And again, it's showing how visually how a money system is depreciated, devalued, and destroyed. And again, all of it is because of the political and economic powers that control the system. They do it to their benefit at the loss of the average person. The important part of the inflation story from the government's point of view is not how much money enters the economy, but rather the expectations of inflation by the people. When people feel there's very little inflation in the system, they tend to save their money. When inflation expectations are high, people tend to buy now while their money still has purchasing power, which of course fuels more inflation. Speeding up spending is called money velocity. And this compounds the problem of the total amount of money in the system when money is turned over faster and faster in the economy. It literally acts as a turbocharger. So just to get back to this point, when people feel that there's very little inflation in the system, they tend to save their money. And the government wants that because if they're able to secretly create more inflation and there's more money just sitting in those bank accounts, they're able to confiscate more wealth without the effects of inflation actually coming part of this, coming into the system. So inflation expectations, people's reaction to inflation causes more inflation. So if you feel that your purchasing power is dying, prices are going up every day, you'll tend to buy more things that you know you're going to need later in order to buy them now cheaper than later on. So we'll get into this later, but that's one of the key factors of fighting against this system. Start looking at the dollars that you have in your bank account as only future claims on wealth or real goods and assets, and transfer your future claims into real physical claims now. Inflation can and will happen, and we're going to get into a monetary phenomenon called hyperinflation, where you're going to see prices go up astronomically. So buy the goods and services that you know you're going to buy in the future. Buy them now. Panic now. Take advantage of this situation now. Because eventually it's going to happen and you'll be sitting pretty. So people will start hoarding goods, start speculating, because if you know inflation is going to go up, speculation becomes almost a no-brainer. If you know that if all asset prices are going up, and you can speculate through a myriad of financial tools, you can pretty much guarantee your profits. I do not recommend this. I know a lot of people who have all this knowledge and yet continue to play inside their system through speculating. I've said this many times. They buy these gold and silver mining companies and buy futures and calls and all this other stuff. There is going to come a time where, yes, you can make a lot of money on paper, but when the time comes when you want your money out of there, when the bright lights are flashing, your money is going to get destroyed. So if you're playing in their system, the best time to get out is now. Panic buying, degradation of commodities. You'll see the further along we go, even gold and silver, we've already heard of rumors that gold-plated tungsten bars are in circulation. You wouldn't know. But as these commodities become more and more valuable, there's much more profit potential for the criminal class to start counterfeiting them. So that's another reason why I bought when I did, is because of why would anybody counterfeit a 100-ounce bar if it was a couple $100? But if it's a couple $1,000, there's a very big incentive to do that. It is important to manage inflation expectations before the inflation genie is let out of the bottle. And they're much more effective than trying to do price controls, which never work. And if the government ends up resorting to this, buy everything you can, because price controls always fail. Food and energy, this is another key point. Food and energy will always go up at least twice as fast as any other asset in inflations. In fact, I have looked through pretty much every single inflationary period in most countries, and that was one fact that just blared out at me: food and energy, because those are the two core basic necessities that people will sacrifice for, because that affects their very well-being, their ability to be human, so to speak. The ability to feed themselves and be warm or cool during very tough times. They will not care about iPhones, Xboxes, Wiis, fancy cars. If things get tough, at the end of the day, food and energy, people are more willing to pay up for those. And if you are looking for ways of investment, if you focus your energy on those, you'll do very well. And with inflation, with more inflation, there's more currency that needs to be put into the system to reflect the higher prices. Think about this. $100, when I was young, would last me a week with, drinks and, having a good time and dinner and stuff like that. Now it barely lasts me a couple days with the expenses that have gone up. And while the United States government, the highest denominated currency is $100, and I don't expect them to come out with any more, because quite frankly, they have a better system of using credit cards and debit cards for all higher quantity purchasing, and the government wants to track your purchases, which they do through debit and credit cards. But because of that, more money has to come into the system and reflect the higher prices in order for the economy to work. There are three kinds of lies: lies, damned lies, and statistics. Mark Twain. The government manipulates statistics to its benefit. By understating inflation, the government is able to lower interest rates on debt it must pay for, lowers inflation-adjusted payments it makes to Social Security and government employees, keeps consumer inflation expectations under control. It allows the government to spend more money that it does not have. It artificially lowered inflation boosts the GDP, which makes the economy look stronger than it really is. there was a glaring example a couple quarters ago of when the government said that the economy grew at 5%, and yet when you look at the imputed inflation number in their calculations, they said that inflation was only 0.01%, meaning that all the rest of it was growth. And that was during a time when we saw gas prices going through the roof, and we all knew that there was no way that inflation was only at 0.1% when we saw it every day at the stores and at the gas stations. It strengthens the dollar to allow higher than normal purchasing power for the government. And it keeps American voters passive and benign, as inflation is not an issue. But by increasing inflation, literally more deficit spending, the government's able to buy real goods and services with worthless pieces of paper, lowers the value of the real debt, pays for a larger government without raising taxes, forces more workers into the workforce because as prices go up, families need to sacrifice more to pay for their basic necessities. Like I said before on previous modules, back in the 50s, one father would be able to support a mother, multiple children, have a house, have those normal vacations, and put those kids through college. And now, through inflation in the system, it's so expensive that both parents probably need to work. They have less kids, and they still can't afford to send their kids to college. And as a result, because there's more workers in the society, there's more taxes that are collected. And then this process breaks up the family, which results in more power to the state. If there's more need for child services and more stress on families that cause more divorce and breakups and fights, then there's more need for child protective services, family courts, more police that need to be, to hold society together, which again brings more power to the elite. And then asset prices rise along with all sales and property taxes. So by this general rise of inflation, property taxes all rise together. Sales taxes, if it's a percentage of sales, if it's a 6% sales tax, and a bag of groceries would cost $100, the government has 6% tax on it. Maybe groceries is not a good example, but a pair of shoes was $100, and the sales tax on that is 6%. The government would take $6 of tax on that $100 purchase. But if inflation kept going up, and now those basic shoes cost $200, the government now takes $12 in taxes. So they benefit, again, through that way. And this also forces families into higher tax brackets with more workers earning more quote-unquote dollars. You have that bracket creep that allows the government to tax at a progressively higher tax rate. And it also taxes the money that's sitting in savings. So you can see the balance that the government's trying to play. They want their cake and eat it too. They want to be able to spend the amount of money out there, but they don't want us to understand it. Because if we did, we would start buying basically make the whole system completely unstable and end their game. And then the other ability is by increasing inflation silently. For a while, people think that they're getting rich. I mean, there certainly was a case to be made at the end of the 90s with the stock market. Everybody was, I would watch people come into the dealership and pay cash for cars, and there was obviously a lot of money there. And then during the housing bubble, I can't tell you how many arrogant baby boomers I ran into that, they thought their shit didn't stink. They were really rich, that their house that they bought 20 years ago for, $50,000 is now worth $1 million. And they progressively took more loans out on it, went on vacations, bought all the baubles that go with wealth. And now reality's starting to smack them in the face. Daniel Ammerman put this good example up here. I wanted to give him credit. Let's look at that housing example. So you have the baby boomer who bought their house for $100,000 and ended up selling it for $200,000. And during that time period, the dollar only lost 10% of its value, purchasing power. So the dollar started off as $1, and now it's worth 90 cents. So the real asset value of that house after inflation is $180,000. So let's take another example with the currency being debauched at a quicker pace. Bought the house for 100, sold it for 200, but now the dollar, that measuring stick, only has 10% of its original purchasing power. The real asset value of that house, not the nominal, real, after inflation is $20,000. So that person lost a huge chunk of their equity there. And this is how the government hides the truth. Before, that $100,000 house sold for $200,000, and now we can see through the illusion of our monetary system the reality of it when you strip out inflation and look at real versus nominal prices.
Riddle: when is a tax not a tax? Answer: when it's inflation. I'll be right back. I know it's a cliche, and we've all heard it and said it ourselves, that inflation is the cruelest kind of tax, hitting hardest those who can least afford it. I wonder, though, if we really understand that inflation is, in fact, a tax increase, a way government can raise more revenue without raising the rates. Take capital gains. Now, this is the profit you make if something you bought a while back has become more valuable and you sell it for more than you paid for it. This can be a farm, a home, a lot you were going to build on and didn't, that old car that suddenly became valuable to a collector, or stock you bought. But what if your increased sale price is an increase in dollars that aren't worth as much as they were when you bought it? If you sell your home for twice what it cost, but all homes are now worth twice what they cost because the present dollar is worth only 50 cents, then you haven't made any profit. But the tax collector says you have. If you paid $20,000 and sell for $40,000, he says you've made $20,000 upon which you must pay a tax, even though $40,000 today will only buy what $20,000 bought at the time of purchase. The answer is very simple, but not too many politicians are going to suggest it. The sales price should be computed in constant dollars, meaning the dollars should be valued at their purchasing power now compared to their purchasing power when you first acquired the property. Let's turn to your paycheck, because here's where the government really profits from inflation. We have a progressive income tax. As your income increases, you find the government takes a higher percentage, say, of the second $10,000 you earn than of the first. Now, let's say you get a raise simply to keep even with the increased cost of living, to make you able to buy what you could before the raise. But you can't. For that increase in the number of dollars puts you into a higher tax bracket. The government takes a greater share of those new dollars, and suddenly you find you haven't kept up with inflation. After taxes, you're worse off than you were before the raise. 9 times out of 10, though, you blame high prices, not your taxes. Now, let's take an actual example. The man who earned $10,000 a year in 1966 earns, if he's the average, $15,000 today. That $5,000 increase is a little more than the increased cost of living. Actually, $3,800 of his raise is eaten up by inflation. Still, he should be $1,200 better off than he was in 1966. But not after taxes. At $15,000, he's in a higher tax bracket. The government takes the $1,200 plus $159 more, making him $159 worse off than he was in 1966. Now, there's an answer, a very simple one, a proposal by Senator James Buckley of New York, which has been greeted with thunderous silence by his liberal colleagues. He proposes what is called indexing the progressive tax brackets so as to reflect the lowered purchasing power of the dollar. In other words, you would move up to a higher tax bracket only to the extent that your increased income exceeded the increase in the cost of living. In the example I just gave, that $10,000 a year man would stay in the same tax bracket for $3,800 of his $5,000 raise and would only pay an increased rate on the $1,200 if that moved him into a new bracket. Congress is very busy talking tax reform. Now's the time for you to start those cards and letters. If government suffered the same pain from inflation that you do, instead of making a profit on it, they'd do something about it. This is Ronald Reagan. Thanks for listening.
So I found that clip, and I wanted to really hammer this point home so we understand this illusion that we're played into. This is another example I found on a website. This gentleman I guess was in the woodworking business, and he looked at the cost of a multi-purpose woodworking tool in 1950, and it was $169.50. In 1980, it was $800, and in 2009, it was $3,000. And then very smartly, I felt, he then computed the average minimum wage of the worker that would most likely be using this. In 1950, it was 75 cents an hour. Again, if that was computed with real silver, it would be a lot more. But in 1980, it was $3.10, and then in 2009, it was $7.25. So how many hours of work would it take to buy that multi-purpose tool? So he took the price divided by the average average price per hour that the person was paid, and computed that it would take 226 hours in 1950, 258 hours in 1980, and then 2009, 413 hours. So if we started valuing goods and services based off of the value of our labor, we'd see that we're literally being robbed right there. And again, we're not taking into consideration taxes into this method. This is only showing pure inflation and not taxes, because if taxes have gone up, which they have since 1950 to 2009, you would see an even further amount of hours that would have to be worked to get enough after-tax money to buy that tool. So the hidden cost of inflation: you have higher taxes, which does bracket creep, inequitable trade, so you work more and get less, more thievery, which government is happy about that, happy usurers and socialists, because they get to more with less risk, and subsidies to foreign producers, since they don't suffer the same tax burdens we do. Let's look at another example. The average cost of a vehicle, new vehicle, was $1,700 or $1,750 on average, which would require 23,303 hours worth of work. And then if you look at 2009, the average new vehicle cost $23,000 or $24,000, requiring almost 50% more work to acquire the same level of average of new vehicle. Freedom is the freedom to say 2 + 2 = 4. If that is granted, all else follows. George Orwell. So how do they do it? The main way the government lies to us about inflation is through the Consumer Price Index. It was originally a basket of everyday goods, and as the prices went up and down in that basket, inflation was measured. And that is already a lie. If they really wanted to measure inflation, they would simply measure the money supply and not the symptoms of inflation. So, if they really wanted to do it, all they had to do is just see the total amount of money in circulation, and if it went up or down, that's the inflation rate, not the symptoms of it. But they manipulate this by various ways.
Do you remember writing in your diary that freedom is the freedom to say 2 and 2 make 4?
Yes.
How many fingers am I holding up, Winston?
4.
And if the party says it is not 4 but 5, then how many?
4.
1/8. How many? 1/9. How many fingers, Winston?
4. 5. 4. Anything you like. Only stop the pain. Stop.
Winston.
How can I help seeing what's in front of my face? 2 and 2 make 4.
Sometimes they're 5, sometimes 3, or all of them at once. You must try harder.
So in George Orwell's 1984, the elite manipulate their statistics in order to control the masses. So let's see how they do it. The first method that they mess with the numbers is called hedonic adjustments. What hedonic adjustments are: if a car goes up in price, say from $20,000 to $21,000 in a new model year, it would, on the face of it, show a 5% increase in the price, thereby reflecting a 5% increase in inflation. But the government doesn't want that, so it creates an adjustment which takes into account the added value of the options that were added during that new model year. And they arbitrarily create a dollar figure of value of, say, a better standard radio, better tires, a lumbar support, upgraded cloth, and exhaust. The government says that it adds $1,500 to the value of the car. So for calculating inflation, the price of the car actually went down, according to the government, 2.5% to $19,500, based off of the new price. So it was $21,000 with the new price, but when the government says it actually added $1,500 worth of value to the car, they hedonically adjust the number down to $19,500, thereby showing deflation out of an inflationary number. And it doesn't matter if you don't want, need, or even value those options. The government needs to reflect that there is less inflation in the system, and they're going to rig the numbers many, many ways. Another trick they use is to say a 12-ounce soda can is $1, and through smaller cans, they are now sold in 10-ounce cans, but they still charge $1. You lose 17% of your soda, which costs more per ounce, but the government can still say with a straight face that a can of soda is the same price with no inflation. So you lost 17% of your purchasing power because the can of soda went down. You got less soda for the same amount of money, but because the price didn't go up, the government can then say that there's no inflation in the system. The old switcheroo. The government then uses substitution. If inflation cannot be tamed through hedonics, they simply substitute the product in the basket with a less expensive product. So let's look at this. Say the original basket had filet mignon in the basket of commodities that the government was using to measure inflation, and the price of that went up from $9 a pound to $10 a pound. The government would simply substitute filet mignon for porterhouse steak that may cost $6 a pound, and then say inflation actually went down to eat meat. They can continue to substitute it, the porterhouse, with, say, ground beef, chicken, pork, or even dog food if they really wanted to. Everything that they want, to show that there is less inflation in the system. The very fact that the people would substitute a product for a lesser one because of cost is clear evidence of inflation, and yet they use this to understate it. Another trick they use is if housing prices, and they did this during the housing bubble, if housing prices get too expensive, they'll use renters equivalent rental rates to show that if you rented your same house, even the price of housing went up, the rent probably went up less than the asset did, so they'll switch that out. And remember, all this is about containing your expectations and keeping you in the ether, so to speak. The third trick they use is weighting. When all that doesn't work, then what the government does is change the weighting of a hotter category with a lesser one. For example, healthcare and education are notorious for rising costs, and say they make up 20% of the economy for the CPI, the government might only weight it as 15%, lessening the effect of the overall number. So, like I said, those two major parts of the economy, if they're hot and they're growing at, say, 10%, by only weighting their contribution to the overall basket to, say, 15%, they can turn that 10% into, say, 7.5% on the overall weight into the basket. Or they might weight certain regions in the country more than others. So if, say, California, Florida, and New York are going up faster, They could, substitute housing prices in, say, the Midwest at a heavier weighting than the ones on the coast that were going up faster. Or they might weight discretionary consumables that are known to fall in price, that we buy infrequently, and that are not vital, more than necessities that we need and buy every day. So we all know that TV prices go down. Even though I'm aware of this, I'm constantly amazed at how cheap TVs become and how much more, how much better that they become. So when the government uses this to calculate inflation, they may weigh a TV that you get an extra 5 inches in screen space. So through Houdonics, they say that it's they can do that, and then add all this in, and then throw the weighting of this discretionary consumables into the whole basket as a heavier portion of the overall basket, even though we don't buy them that often. They're certainly not vital to the economy, and they're not necessities. And when all else fails, the government just doesn't count it at all. Food, energy, taxes, those three things are not even included in any of these calculations. And yet food and energy, as we know from previous examples and my studies with previously inflationary periods, food and energy will rise at twice the speed of all other investment classes and all other portions of the economy, because they are just that. They're very vital. And then taxes are not even included. So when tax rates go up, that's not included in inflation. And yet, I don't know about you, this is where I spend the most of my money, and there are the three things that I care about most in the budget, and the three things I have the least amount of discretion in affecting. The government can also export inflation by sending money overseas so it never hits our economy. So if the money is pushed into overseas or even pushed into stocks, it does not enter the real economy of consumer of goods and services. That benefits the state also, especially when they're orchestrating the fleecing of the public through stock market crashes and other financial bubbles. So prices rise based off of social, demographic, economic, monetary, and fiscal reasons, cause real wages to fall and tip into an inflationary spiral. Let's just briefly look at an inflationary spiral, of ancient times. And we saw before how the denarius was debauched and clipped and destroyed, again to benefit the elite. And now the modern inflationary spiral, we have large budget deficits. The government has to issue new debt. It has to refinance existing and maturing debt. There's limited demand for the new supply of the new debt and then the refinancing of the maturing debt, forcing the central bank to monetize the new debt. That causes pressure to raise rates due to the depreciating currency. The increase of interest payments and the new money enters into the system, causing higher inflation. And because there's more inflation, the economy has a bigger drag on it. We have larger budget deficits. The government continues to deficit spending. We have more and more maturing debt coming on. Less demand. In fact, China is now starting to pull back from their buying of our debt, and they're no longer the number one debt holder of the United States. And as more of these foreign countries stop buying our debt, our central bank does. And instead of recycling other money, new money is created, entering the system, leading to higher inflation. Quantitative easing, this is a little term that's thrown around on TV, and again, most economic and monetary terms and things are meant to obfuscate the truth. Instead of just saying we're creating a ton of money and spending it wherever we can, they'll use a cute little term like quantitative easing. And simply, it's just increasing the actual quantity of money in circulation by lowering rates to near zero, and then even after it gets to zero, they can continue just to physically just print more money. They don't need even to rely on the fractional reserve banking to create money. This monetary is sometimes called easy money. And when this is coupled with the fiscal policy of deficit spending, it's designed to lessen the value of money, cause asset inflation, which of course leads to bubbles and crashes. As inflation rises, governments start to pay their minions, government workers, Social Security benefit recipients, in delayed payments. This is absolutely something that you need to look out for if you're affected by this. In fact, when Russia went through their hyperinflation in the 90s, teachers, soldiers, state workers, and pensioners received their government money 3 months late. So if you were expecting a check in April, you would have to wait for almost till July to receive your payment, and which is the main reason why the government really stopped functioning, is because soldiers typically are way underpaid, and when you're not paid for 3 months, and inflation's roaring at 200% a month, devalued their pay as the government tried to slow inflation. But then the workers said, why bother? If you're going to get paid in low wages, and then those wages are destroyed through inflation, the system breaks down. Ponzi politics. A Ponzi scheme. Charles Ponzi created a fraudulent investment operation that pays returns to separate investors for their own money and the money paid by subsequent investors rather than from the actual profit earned. Say you invested $10,000 with Charles Ponzi. The scam would pay you 15% or $1,500 back to you and use the rest of the money for other investors and pocketing the majority for yourself. Meanwhile, the investor who puts in the $10,000 gets a piece of paper showing him the principal and the $1,500 profit. Meanwhile, all that money is already gone and paid out to other people. The key is to have the victims bring in new clients based off of the above market returns. It's all a confidence game, and as long as there's confidence in the investment, the game can get huge. In fact, Bernie Madoff made off with $65 billion. And just to bring into that same idea, only psychopaths can pull this off for so long, because they need to be able to give that perception of safety, honesty, that the money's there, that only a psychopath could pull off such a colossal lie and live it without having that cognitive dissonance beating on you. And this Ponzi scheme is quite simply shown in our Social Security system. The United States government created a system whereas one generation pays off another generation for the work that they supposedly put in. And the government's using it with the Social Security system. In fact, the first recipient of Social Security was Ida Mae Fuller. Miss Fuller worked about 3 years under the new Social Security program and paid a grand total of $24.75 in payroll taxes. Her first Social Security check on January 1940 was for $22.54. She almost got back all of her money on the very first payment. And as fate would have it, Miss Fuller lived to be 100 years old and collected more than $22,000 in benefits. Not a bad investment for such an old lady. The problem is now that the system is completely broke. There is no lockbox that Al Gore was talking about in Social Security. All the money's been spent, and now all that's left is IOUs.
Listen, Mr. Samsonite, about the briefcase. My friend Harry and I have every intention of fully reimbursing you. he says. Hurry.
What is this? What is this? Where's all the money?
That's as good as money, sir. Those are IOUs. Go ahead and add it up. Every cent's accounted for. Look. See this? That's a car. 275,000. Might want to hang on to that one.
Obviously, this is Jim Carrey playing Dumb and Dumber, but it's a point to be made that how delusional he is and what a warped sense of reality that the other people, like Lauren Holly in the background's absolutely shocked at how much he believes that these are real money. And I can't tell if it's funny or just sad, but we're all a victim of this. And on top of it, the Social Security money that's supposedly there is getting eaten up by inflation and taxes, so any returns that you think you're going to get are not there. And again, this whole system was rigged just for the elite to have more money to spend. All the money's gone. In fact, that is a picture of our Social Security savings. It's in a filing cabinet with a really awesome looking padlock on it, and the hottest secretaries the government can hire, and that's it. It's a bunch of IOUs and pieces of paper, and all that work, energy, sacrifice, dedication, effort that we all put in to that was slowly taken away from us is just there to be spent and gone. It's sad. The current economic order is built to fail. Let me repeat that. The current economic order is built to fail. It's designed to reap the greatest profits from the greatest amount of people. It's designed to centralize power, and when the economic system collapses, that power will create a new world order for the elite to rule without the threat of liberty. All these systems are designed to reap massive profits, centralized power, built up powerful computing systems and a means of propaganda and this titanic effort that's going in here. And when it all comes down, the elite will still remain in control of those systems, and the rest of us will be wiped out. The value, this is, if you're going to pay attention to any part of it, this is what you need to pay attention to. The value of goods are expressed in money, while the value of money is expressed in goods. Money and goods are clearly not the same things, but they're exactly opposite things. Goods are wealth which you have, while money is a claim on wealth that you do not have. Goods are an asset, money is a debt. Read that again. Goods are an asset, money is a debt. If goods are wealth, and money is clearly not wealth, it is negative wealth and maybe even anti-wealth. And that's Professor Carroll Quigley. Again, he did a huge book called Tragedy and Hope, and he basically documented the elite and had free access to them, and I think this is probably the biggest thing that I took out of it, that huge book, was that we're led to believe that our money, these little pieces of paper, our electronic digits in our bank account, that's wealth. And because of that, I've seen millionaires with this incredible sense of arrogance and power, and then people who don't have it. They wish they had those digits in their account. And for a while, yes, it's true that they can buy assets and they can go out and live the lifestyle, and they do have income streams and stuff like that. But when this whole facade comes down, what they're left with is nothing, and it is an illusion. And that you have to convert your digits, your paper dollars, your electrons that are in your bank into real tangible wealth. And that's an important part, that the value of our money is only as good as what it can buy. And how we measure the goods is through our money system, and if the money system is constantly manipulated to where the means of buying those assets are constantly depreciated, clearly you need to, if you're going to hold on to your wealth, you need to have it into tangible goods and not future claims on wealth, especially if you're going to have a whole generation of baby boomers who are going to stop putting into the system and start taking money out of the system and start using those future claims on wealth into the real economy, looking to now cash in their chips, so to speak. You have to be able to do this before the rest of society picks up on this if you plan on saving your wealth. All right, this is another great quote, and I'm glad it's in here. In absence of a gold standard, there is no way to protect savings from confiscation through inflation. There is no safe store of value. If there were, the government would make its holding illegal, as it was done in the case of gold. If everyone decided, for example, to convert all of his bank deposits into silver or copper or any other good, and therefore thereafter decline to accept checks as down payments for goods, bank deposits would lose their purchasing power, and government-created bank credit would be worthless as a claim on goods. Again, there's that wealth not being money itself, or credit, or debt, or deposits. It's real wealth is goods. Tangible, real goods. The financial policy of the welfare state requires that there be no way for owners of wealth to protect themselves. This is the shabby secret of the welfare statist tirades against gold. Deficit spending is simply a scheme for confiscation of wealth. Gold stands in the way of this insidious process. It stands as a protector of property rights, and if one grasps this, one has no difficulty in understanding the statist's antagonism towards the gold standard. And that was Alan Greenspan in 1966 when he studied under Ayn Rand. Before he sold his soul to the devil, before he became Mr. Dollar and the powerful central banker. And quite honestly, as much as he is responsible for the creation and the power that the elite now have through his years at the central bank, I do believe one reporter did ask him if he still believed in what he wrote in 1966. And from what I remember, he said nothing has changed, meaning that he knows the inside game, and yet he was responsible for running the most powerful destroyer of wealth and powerful tool of the welfare state. The job of the Federal Reserve is to take away the punch bowl just as the party starts going. William McChesney Martin, chairman of the Fed. The idea is that the Federal Reserve is meant to control interest rates, like that interview with Jon Stewart that Alan Greenspan said, that they needed a mechanism of controlling interest rates since the gold standard and that automatic market of controlling interest rates was there. They needed an artificial one. So the Federal Reserve is to take away the punch bowl just as the party's getting started, meaning that the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates to spur inflation, to spur the economy, to make the cost of money cheaper, and therefore provide a stimulus to the economy. And just as the economy is starting to pick up, it needs to start raising rates to soak up all that excess liquidity that's been built into the system to prevent inflation from getting out of control. So here we have Paris Hilton, obviously drunk, and I guess that body card with his hand wherever it's supposed to go is meant to, get her out of there before the party gets going. But what in reality is the Fed is actually doing the opposite. They bail out, provide funds, and actually lower interest rates to zero and way below the inflation rate. The Federal Reserve just raised the interest rate a quarter point, starting their tightening process. The day as wholesale price inflation comes out, and it's showing almost a 16% annualized inflation rate coming into the system. So unless the Federal Reserve's borrowing rate is above the rate of inflation and maintains this huge gap beneath it, it doesn't matter if they raise the rates to 10%. If the inflation rate is at 16%, they're still never going to stop inflation that way. They would have to get above that 16% inflation rate, which has only been done once with Paul Volcker in the 80s. But right now, the Fed tries to keep us drunk on easy money, to keep the party going, and never have the hangover of the recession or depression. These bankers really believe that they can permanently stave off recessions and depressions if they can just keep giving the junkie more money, more credit, keeping them high, never letting them go to rehab. So the Fed acts as the guy who brings the cocaine to the beer party to keep the party going. And now, with the central banks starting to fail, they want a global central bank to bring even crack to the party to keep that party even going. Meanwhile, all it does is keep degenerating the value of the money, the society, and plays into the elite's hands. Debt junkies fear the day of reckoning. Recession and depression can be pushed back, but it will come. Just like rehab, it will be healthier in the long run if we do go through that painful process of the recession and depression. The Plunge Protection Team, or also known as the Working Group on Financial Markets, or the Presidential Working Group on Financial Markets. They have a couple little nicknames for it, but essentially Ronald Reagan, after the 1987 crash, put together this group to basically manage the markets. If you think that we have a free market system, we don't. We have a centralized bank which inherently manipulates the money supply, and then even on a very local level in the financial markets, government and powerful interests constantly manipulate the market for their benefit. This Plunge Protection Group consists of the Federal Reserve, the SEC, the CFTC, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, the National Economic Council of the White House, the Treasury, and then huge banks like J.P. Morgan and Citibank, and Goldman Sachs, obviously. Not only do they enter into markets when they directly buy shares to prop up the market when the markets fail. And they use circuit breakers for intervention. So if the market starts crashing, I think more than 5%, they shut down the market for an hour. And if it goes down another 5%, they may shut it down for the rest of the day. But that allows the Plunge Protection Team to come in there, formulate a plan, talk to market participants, and formulate a strategy of throwing money into the system to stop the crash. This Plunge Protection Group is really only used infrequently. We don't know how much. Ron Paul has definitely pushed forth an effort to find out how much influence they have. But on a more daily basis, I think something like 95% of all the shares traded are electronically traded, meaning that it's a completely computer-rigged system of illusion, and that there really isn't a human interaction in the markets anymore. And if you look at some of these charts, if you're kind of a chart guy, you can see there's not this wild, erratic thing. It tends to be more of a very rhythmical nature when the stock market starts building up again, and that's because these computer algorithms are really driving the market and acting as market participants. And all of this was really known as the Greenspan put, and it allowed Wall Street and the elite to know that at the end of the day, they had the Federal Reserve backing them up and being able to enter into the market to save the day. The Plunge Protection Team really has no special powers to make things go away. They can kick the can down the road, but they can only make the problem worse. The debt gets larger, the malinvestment gets worse. And actually, malinvestment is a very important topic. If we're constantly under this illusion of how this monetary system works, and we see how things are working, I always try to relate things back into the car business because that's what I'm most familiar with, and hopefully it resonates with you. But in where I was in New Jersey, I would see all these luxury car dealers riding and making huge profits off of all this money that was coming into the system that was then spent on luxury cars. There was a dealer very close to us who competed with us on more domestic brands. They built something like a $30 million Lexus dealership, and that was now that I see it, it's a huge malinvestment because they had a smaller dealership where they probably were much more profitable, and I think that they didn't own it, but this one they actually ended up owning. And they put in all this money into this titanic facility to sell luxury vehicles, and it just got done just as the recession started coming in. And that in itself was just a waste of capital and energy. And I guarantee I'm going to go back there 5 to 10 years from now and look at an empty building and all that capital that was wasted. But that malinvestment, it's a perfect example of how when we're under illusions of where we are in society and what is wealth and what is productive means, an investment like that may make sense if you're living in the bubble. But if you see the big picture and this whole game being rigged, you can make wiser choices like not building these. There's a BMW facility. It took up what used to be a Nissan, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge facility, and they wiped all that out and built this $30 million BMW building. These giant mausoleums to consumerism, and they will, for sure, every day that they've been open, I'm sure they've lost money, and it is what it is. And the longer we kick this down the road, the longer the recovery is going to take. The faith in the financial authority is smoke and mirrors, just like the great and powerful Oz.
Well, I'm sorry, I just get embarrassed to say it, sir, but I'm a major stockholder in the family corporation.
You shouldn't be embarrassed by your wealth. This contempt for money is just another trick of the rich to keep the poor without it.
That was actually a deleted scene from The Godfather, and again, it's playing on that psychology of what the rich tell us versus what they believe. And this public faith in these wizards of finance is really no difference than if we looked at uncivilized people believing in witch doctors rolling the bones. They're there to perpetuate an illusion which they profit off of. And again, all these ideologies, I don't care if it's the belief in Wall Street or all these things, there is an elite pushing an agenda, an idea that they make a profit on. And it's key to understand that just because you identify with some aspects of it, not to more or less buy into the system, look at things as face value, question everything. Is this really something that's going to benefit you, or is it designed to keep you working for somebody else? Through interventions, debasing money, government deficit spending, lowering of interest rates, easy consumer credit, the elite cheat the rest of us. One of these illusions is that war creates wealth. We saw when the war started that the government spending was going to pick up, and it was CNBC was going crazy because the government's going to have all these contracts and all this money's going to enter into the economy, and we're all going to get rich. And all this does is it siphons off assets, productive assets, to non-productive resources. Think about the war machine. You're still manufacturing. If you manufacture a bomb, and some of these bombs cost millions of dollars to produce. At the end of the day, you build this bomb, take all this taxpayer money, all this effort, all this human resource, all this other stuff, and what do you do with it? You put all that energy, all that human sacrifice, power, money, capital, all this other stuff, you put it up in a plane and you blow it up. It's the ultimate elixir for the elite because they get to profit off the creation of it. And then what do we do with the end result? Does it make us as humans better? Does it improve the standard of living of everybody? No. In fact, it's destroyed and needs to be replaced with even more sacrifice and more capital and more human effort. An elite, again, the elite take the profits off the beginning, they get to keep the capital off of it and waste the resources on war. And that's not even including the economic, social, environmental costs of war. I mean, if you've ever been to a war zone, I mean, talk about just the utter destruction. I mean, we're dumping uranium all over the world, making it permanently inhabitable to civilizations that are there, much less destroying the families and children and psychological impacts. It's an incredibly expensive toll on society that the costs are should not be measured in dollars. And again, because the wealthy have the connections to run the war machine, they're the one that profit off of the most, and all that money comes from the average working person and is siphoned off into the elite. An honest monetary system opens a wellspring of innovation and work and gives an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. A corrupt monetary system bankrupts the merchants, starves the labor into slavery, while the elite add assets upon assets until they own the world. This monetary system provides endless profits for bankers, endless money for politicians to buy power, and the best part is that the people who pay the price don't realize how bad they're getting screwed. And such an important fact. This system is so screwed up that we're so inured in this system that we don't even realize that we're the ones that are providing all the wealth for these people. We're paying for our own slavery. True wealth is not measured by what you have, rather by what you give. And that's a nice humanitarian look on what wealth is, because certainly not everything can be measured in goods and dollars and that, you know, your personal relations at the end of the day, you know, if you're successful with them, you know, the people in your life, those are the things that you're going to treasure the most, not any amount of gold, silver, or land that you may physically own. But back to economics. True wealth is created in three ways. Transmutation, and that's where those that harvest the raw materials and energies of the earth, the farmer, the miner, the logger, the oil driller, the fisherman, that they harvest the resources that are in there, in the earth, for productive use. So that's one key way of creating true wealth. The next is the transformation of that raw materials and energy. Those that add value to those materials by the combination of materials to create a greater value than the sum of its parts. This could be the engineer, the mechanic, the laborer, or even the designer of you know, systems or buildings. And then finally, the other true way is through transportation, taking what's in abundance in one region and bringing it to another region for their abundance. So if you know, Iceland is very proficient at fishing and they have good fishing grounds, they're able to transport and export their excess fish that they don't need, that they caught, sell it out onto the open market, and then maybe bring back fresh fruits and vegetables from another area that does not have fish but has an abundance of fruit, and they're able to trade and provide wealth to the people there. Everything else is secondary to that process, and in fact, an actual parasite on it. Interest, taxes, marketing, medical, legal, retailers, even education, really you're not producing real wealth with any of those other fields. You may save a life, you may, sell more of something. Being a retailer, it obviously plays a role, but as far as creating wealth, those three areas are really where it's at. So what happens when somebody goes bankrupt? The person gets a bad mark on their credit, which could prevent them from future credit or make it a lot more expensive. The bank writes it off as a loss, but since the debt was created out of thin air, no real wealth was lost. Gold coins just didn't disappear in the middle of the night because someone went bankrupt. The loss does count against the bank's equity, though. If the losses are in excess of the bank's equity, the FDIC steps in and guarantees the deposits up to a certain limit. And the taxpayers pay for the bailout on the banks that are too big to fail. Meanwhile, all those profits that were created during the good years by gambling are privatized, meaning that All these bankers that were making huge bonuses and stuff, they can make it for 10 years, keep all that wealth, but then when they get it wrong that 1 year and everything goes bad, we pick up the tab. What a scam. Systemic failure is another one of these little words that are thrown around that we're supposed to fear, and ooh, systemic failure, and that's why we have to give up our $700 billion to keep the system going. And simply it is when the Ponzi scheme is threatened and there's not enough money to go into the system to pay the interest, or the capital and the interest. So liquidity is added to the system by creating more money out of thin air to keep the debt structure flowing. Liquidity is most often added by lowering interest rates. That encourages private debt consumption. This is monetary policy. Fiscal policy, which is another arm of the elite, is when the government actually spends more money than it has through deficit spending. And when interest rates are near zero, the private central bank uses quantitative easing to increase the liquidity in the system with no demand, meaning that if they could lower it to zero and people still don't want to take on debt because they're afraid, the central bank can actually go into markets and start buying assets. They can go into the stock market and buy assets, thereby using the money that they created out of thin air and purchasing a bunch of shares on the stock exchange. That literally puts more money into the system. And all these efforts are basically just designed to destroy the value of the dollar. Labor versus capital. This is another, again, one of these left-right false paradigms designed to divide and conquer. Both are needed for productive capacity. Both need to be treated fairly, protected, and share the burdens. And yet they're not. In our system, capital is favored much more than, I'm sorry that this is going on. Income is taxed at anywhere from 40 to 50% on labor, whereas capital gains is only 15 to 20%. A fairer system would be a consumption tax, so it would allow people to save tax-free, and then when they buy stuff, they can spend their money and then pay the taxes. But again, that's not in the interests of the elite. This is a clip from Metropolis. This is actually the very end of it. And one of the many undertones of the movie is this idea of capital and labor. They have the working class. This gentleman represents the capital, the industrialist, the factory owner, and then I think this is Gorg or Grog or whatever. He represents the working class, and how they were abused in his system, and we saw that they were abused at the end of the movie by a satanic figure who was manipulating the system to divide labor and capital. And I think that there's very few instances. I mean, I certainly had that with my dealership, my father being the capital person and the one who had the assets enough to build a business and buy a franchise and buy the cars to sell and set up all the computers and all that other stuff. You need capital to start a business, but then you also need labor to do all the work. Capital without labor is nothing, and labor without capital is nothing. The combination is important. And in this final scene, this mediator, the good guy, comes in and speaks rationally to the capital industrialist, saying that you have to be fair to these people, and in turn labor needs to be fair towards the capital. And this system of dividing and conquering is very important. In fact, our automobile companies, I really feel, and I have a lot of union people in my family, the unions, through their demands, made our car companies much less competitive overall when our labor rates were progressively higher than what non-labor rates could be. And yet through the process of strikes and stuff, they were able to gain by essentially holding up the capital part of the business they were able to gain much more than they would through their actual own work. And at the end, the mediator ends up saying, hey, listen, we need a fair balance between capital and labor, and it starts with our government system being able to tax us more fairly. I mean, the income tax alone is abhorrent, but at the very least, I mean, if we can make income taxes and capital gain taxes the same and value them the same, that would be a huge step. This is another article I found on the internet. It's The Banker's Guide to Owning It All. First, become a majority lender in the economy of the people with assets you want. Encourage indebtedness by loaning generously while securing assets of interest. Loosening lending standards until the assets you seek to capture are attached. Once the debts are significant enough for the bulk of the population, sharpen the lending standards. Backstop the losses with public guarantees if possible. This is gravy if you can get one. Permit default without risk on the assets you wish to seize to maximize wealth transfer. Stall the economy to prevent default positions and deplete private liquidity. Successfully ratchet the economy downhill while bettering secured positions. In a series of large transactions, seize all securities of default or for default and target assets of the greatest interest first. Transfer asset ownership, but retain prior owners as renters wherever possible, meaning that the banks don't want to really own all these houses if there's no income coming in. If they throw people out of the house, out on the streets, and they don't have a renter for it, it is a loss to them. So it reduces public blowback too if people are able to stay in their homes. But meanwhile, the wealth has been transferred from the owner to the banker. Once the bulk of assets are transferred, write them down to leverage financial backstop. So if the banks seize a house, and there's a video that I wanted to put in, but I don't think I did, about how the FDIC is backing up these foreclosed homes. For example, if a home is valued at $400,000 and a bank goes under, another bank can come in and buy that asset for $300,000. But through negotiating with the FDIC is on the hook for that extra $100,000, that $400,000 that was the original price. And then the new bank can come in, buy it for $300,000, and then even in a short sale, sell that house for $250,000. The FDIC is on the hook, and this is with IndyMac Bank. The FDIC is on the hook from the entire loss, from the $400,000 all the way down to the $250,000, where the banker makes a tax-free, a tax paid for profit of $150,000 for losing money selling a house. What a scam. Get back to this. Buy up as many remaining assets on the cheap as possible, and then hyperinflate to destroy the external claims on wealth. This destroys treasuries, government bonds, currency, and ensures free title on all assets. After everything is done, you stabilize the currency, devise a new one, resume lending at a reasonable pace, sell the assets back, secured of course, at your chosen price in the new currency. So it's all a matter of building it up, manipulating the monetary system and the rules and regulations to garner as much wealth, blow it all out, wipe everything clean, and then start all over again as you on the top. And hyperinflation, this is another key, hyperinflation is only a risk to the wealthy if the population has its assets. It's one thing to wipe away everybody's mortgage debt, but if they don't own the house or the bank forecloses upon it, the bankers and the elite still maintain control. But if we're all able to hold on to our houses through the hyperinflation, then we own our homes outright. It could potentially be a windfall. Free market capitalism rules. Collectivism sucks. Capitalism is actually a word created by Karl Marx in his effort to destroy private property and free markets. Ignorance, as well as disapproval from the natural restraints placed on the markets that capitalism and free markets impose, cause all of our leaders to reject capitalism and blame it all for the problems that we face. Ron Paul. Capitalism is the free trade of goods and services, and the net effect of that trade is mutually advantageous. Capitalism is a social system based on the recognition of individual rights, including property rights, in which all property is privately owned. Ayn Rand. Capitalism relies on the division of labor, social cooperation, and, most importantly, free exchange. Division of labor is natural since we all have different talents and drives, whereas a collectivist system seeks to put us all in one box. Social cooperation ensures that the most honest and best actors are rewarded, and the most ingenious, I should say. And free exchange rewards all participants based off of providing value for the customer and profit for the seller. We vote with our dollars. Private property provides a powerful incentive for stewardship of property, taking care of what you own. Owners always take better care of their property than renters, and we all know this if you've ever been in a rental car. Although I will say I've seen a lot of people who own their cars that don't take good care of them, but that's a different story. Private property is a great force of balance in society, where you have one person competing with millions of others for assets. No one actor can become inherently more powerful than the other one. And private property also allows you to profit off your efforts, preserve resources, and protect the environment. If you own a house, you're going to use that's the same principles of thinking about what you're going to buy, what's the best and most best use of your capital to to what you're going to do, and where you get the most satisfaction out of. And also, if you own a piece of land, you're generally going to take good care of it because you live there. And this is very important. Property rights are the cornerstone of civilization. This is one of my favorite pictures from the past year or so. Capitalism also has a secret weapon: failure. If you fail, you have no one else to blame but yourself. Your losses do not cause a loss to anybody else. And if you learn from your mistake, you can actually profit off your experience. If you live an immoral lifestyle, that will affect your success. Meaning that if you're a good and honest working person in a free market society, your efforts are generally going to be rewarded. Whereas people who try to game the system and take advantage of others, the free market will inherently not do business with them. And that's one thing that collectivists love about it, is that under a collectivist, socialist, fascist society, it does not matter how bad you are, you're still going to be able to guarantee to get assets from people through force of taxation or just the system being set up. Free market capitalism is very different than state capitalism, where the state seeks to control the markets but allow free exchange of goods and services. They rig the markets through financial and monetary policy, rules and regulations, government-run industries, protectionism, and take it to its extreme can turn into a mercantilistic or a fascist market system. Politicians then blame capitalism for the sins of their collectivist system's failure. Collectivism is the central planning of the elite to run economies and nations. Utopian societies are dreamed-up worlds sold to the public for the benefit of the elite. These programs and plans are designed to waste money, take away rights, and enrich the insiders, the elite. And their answer for collectivist failure is more collectivism. Let me read that again. Democracy and socialism have nothing in common but one word: equality. But the difference, while democracy seeks equality and liberty, socialism seeks equality in the restraint and servitude. Alexis de Tocqueville.
Read a really interesting article about a economics professor in Texas who got into a debate with his class about socialism. And the class pretty much unanimously agreed that socialism was the great equalizer. Nobody would be really rich and there would be no poor, and that, you know, pretty much be a utopian society. So while the economics professor disagreed, he thought he would make this into a lesson. And the class agreed, and they made an experiment out of it. And the experiment was that the economics professor would grade the whole class based on a socialistic scale. So whatever the average grade was, that's what each student was going to receive for their final grade in their economics class in Texas. So all the students obviously were very excited because they would prove the professor that they would all, you know, do well and you know, profit from the system. So sure enough, the first test came through and everybody received a B. That was the average grade in the class. Well, the problem was those that studied really hard and got A's were very disappointed. And all the ones that didn't study were very excited because they profited from the system. As the time went by and as the semester went by, the grades kept slipping. Because those who put forth the effort to study saw no value in studying and working hard to get good grades if they really didn't have any effect over what they were getting. It was always based on the average class.
You see that? Hey, Dad, you can see that.
Yeah, can you see Katie too?
Hey, Pete.
All right.
You go see you, Mama.
That's right. So as the class went on,
You see you, Mama.
Katie, give me a minute, okay?
Just a sec, Pete.
So as the class went on, the effort wasn't put in by any of the students, and at the end of the grade, at the end of the semester, they all received F's. And the economics professor wrote that when hard work isn't rewarded, no one works hard. And I think that's a pretty good analogy of how a socialistic system, while it may seem great and fair on the outside, when it comes down to real human nature, it doesn't work.
Just to protect you from your enemies and all your things.
Socialism in general has a record of failure so blatant that only an intellectual could ignore or evade. Thomas Sowell. Aside from all the economic reasons against collectivism, such that it doesn't work, collectivism kills. From Rome to the fall of the Berlin Wall, more than 120 million people have been murdered or starved to death under collectivism. Billions have been enslaved and never allowed to reach their full potential. Socialism is only a step towards communism, and communism is by far the most deadly ideology in the history of the world. And if you're a religious person, you know, another moral or religious reason for being against it is that you know, freedom of religion is not tolerated there. You have to worship the state, and if you don't, you end up like these poor people. Capitalism has actually come to the rescue of the United States more than once. Capitalism actually saved the Pilgrims after their utopian system collapsed. You know, very few people realize when the first settlers that came over here, I mean, these are very idealistic, you know, people that felt that they can create a whole new world, one that was fair without a hierarchy, and you know, that we could all share the wealth, and you know, we could all just chip in and we'll all work well. And yet, all these people came over, they started to implement the system, and then naturally, Some people worked harder than others, but because all the benefits were shared, more and more people became a drag on the system and didn't work as hard. And the people who were working the hardest didn't receive any extra benefit from working on the system. So it got to the point where they nearly starved to death. Finally, they came to their senses and allowed a division of labor, and that everybody worked for themselves. Everybody got their own little plot of land. So instead of having a community village or a fort or whatever that everybody worked together on, everybody got divided their own little plots of land, and they did the best that they could. And then through division of labor and profiting off of them, they were able to flourish in the New World. And more importantly, the free riders soon found that they were the only ones that did suffer because they didn't work. Capitalism saved the colonists from a mercantilist system of the British aristocracy. No taxation without representation. Because again, the collectivists like taking but not giving back. Capitalism saved America from the Depression. After years of Roosevelt pushing his socialist agenda on society, he was forced to come to the table with industry at the beginning of the World War and reverse many of the policies that restrained the economy. Capitalism created the middle class. The middle class is a modern phenomenon not seen throughout all of history, and even today, very few people in the world are actually in a middle class. Henry Ford is probably one of the, we saw that video from Metropolis before about capital and labor working together. Henry Ford probably did the best of any modern industrialist to treat its labor well. Now, I realized that there was a lot of strikes, and there certainly was some socialist agitation from the unions, and looking to gain power and cripple Henry. But overall, I think his track record shows that he was a good steward of his capital, realized that he did have the ability of creating a new world. He paid the highest wages to produce the cheapest cars. He revolutionized an industry and brought economic freedom throughout the country. In fact, I mean, I'm a product of it. Because of people like Henry Ford and the American car industry, I think somewhere 1 in 7 people are somehow directly related to the American car industry. At least that was a couple of years ago. But through that, my grandfather sold cars and was very successful at it, and was able to rise out of poverty. He was an orphan, and after World War II went into he was in the military and came back and got into the car business, and he was able to go into the middle class because of that. And then my father, through starting his own business in the car business, he rose from the middle class to the upper class. So I mean, just my family alone, I could see in 2 generations going from an orphaned child, and then having that ability in the United States with capitalism, to rise into the middle class, and then a generation later taking that middle class and going into the upper class of society. Free market capitalism would allow prudent banks to use honest money and to operate independently of reckless banks. A central bank hurts honest banks by taking from those who preserve their capital and bailing out those reckless banks through creation of more fiat money. A centralized system that's powerful always takes away from the productive to give to the parasitic or unproductive classes. And it's all done through force and selling this illusion that it's good for the common good. And then in reality, you'll see like this cartoon, the elite get golden parachutes and we get stuck with the bill. In a free market system, only those choosing reckless behavior would get hurt in a truly free market. And under our system, everyone suffers except for the elite. Profits are privatized, losses are socialized. It's the perfect system for the elite. Socialism for the rich, capitalism for the rest. It's the same thing with privatizing profits and socializing losses. Keynesian economics is the economic system of the elite. Anytime you hear that, it's an elitist talking. You know, I'm a Keynesian. You might as well just come out and say, I'm an elitist and I'm looking to screw everybody else. It gives the academic credibility to centralized banking, government interference in the market, deficit spending, military spending, inflation, and many other elite power plays. The two main levels of power are monetary policy, we've gone over this before, the Federal Reserve manipulating interest rates, and fiscal policy, which is congressional deficit spending. Keynes theorized that depressions could be ended by the central bank if they lowered the interest rates and the government deficit spending to stimulate the economy. This process leads to the boom-bust cycle. But in the end, Keynes knew the whole story, just like what they say and what they do are completely opposite. What Obama says and what he actually does, you look at what they do. Judge a man by the fruit of its tree. You know, Jesus said that. And Keynes knew, in the end, we're all dead. Meaning that he knew, at the end of the day, regardless of all this manipulation, all this interest rates, all this theory, all this institutional, efforts, in the end, the system is dead. It can't continue to go on forever, and it will eventually collapse. So this is what our country's become. Through all this Keynesian, we've increased the government payroll to now where it's bigger than the manufacturing and construction sector of our economy. Those real sources of wealth, the people who harvest those resources and put productive, combine those resources to make the sum of the parts much greater than the sum of the parts, and then the transportation of all those, the real wealth of the economy. Now our government is much larger than that. We have more parasites than healthy tissue in our body. And that the graph on the left doesn't even really show the picture. Look at how the compensation, the total package, the wages and benefits of government versus private employees have skyrocketed since 2000. And they don't go down in recessions, by the way. Since 2000, the average federal civilian earned $76,000 a year in wages and benefits, while a comparable job paid in the private industry $45,000. And I know you have run across federal employees before. I have some in my family. This isn't a knock on everybody. I have friends that are teachers and work for all sorts of parts of the government. On general, federal employees are not, the brightest people in the markets. I tend to think that the people who, an average plumber who owns his own company, I'd rather entrust him with my money than any federal employee working at a post office or anything else. And yet their pay increases went from $76,000 in 8 years to $120,000 a year. I saw teachers making much more money than my managers at my store, and yet my managers were in charge of millions of dollars on a daily basis and had to deal with, advertising and employees and managing budgets and inventory and all sorts of these facets. And yet, a superintendent of schools could make much more money, twice as much money as my managers, and work 180 days out of the year, have meetings once in a while, go on paid junket trips, and really have no cares in the world. But in a collectivist system, the government's able to constantly either create or by force take money from the productive and give to the unproductive, which provides them with more power. So, is this really the dream of our forefathers? The boom can last only as long as the credit expansion progresses at an ever-accelerated pace. The credit expansion boom is built on the sands of banknotes and deposits. It must collapse. There is no means of avoiding the final collapse of a boom brought on about by a credit expansion. And that's Ludwig von Mises. He's an Austrian economist. Austrian economics emphasizes the spontaneous organizing power of the price mechanism or pricing system. They basically feel that it is impossible to regulate the economic activity and that any human interference or regulation of that creates the boom-bust cycle. If markets were left to its own devices, the market would determine the price and act as a self-regulator on the economy. This pricing mechanism leads to a constantly balancing equilibrium that provides fertile ground for businesses to operate with the secure knowledge of a stable business environment. Austrians focus on the real-world human actions, and Keynesians focus on the theoretical human action. Austrians are proponents of an individual liberty, property rights, entrepreneurship, and as essential building blocks of an economy. F.A. Hayek argued that central planning could never be more efficient than the market's price mechanism. It would be impossible for any group or computer to gather all the information scattered throughout the world and make good economic decisions better than all the individual best choices of the market participants that act in the price mechanism. On top of that simple principle, we all value things differently, so there could be also an inefficiency of happiness. So basically what he's saying is that the Federal Reserve or a supercomputer bank or computer could never put in all of the calculations necessary to ensure a balanced and equitable decision on controlling interest rates as the market could itself, because everybody acts in their own interest, and if everybody's allowed to fail and learn from their losses, they make progressively better decisions. And money aside, we all don't value things equally. Some people may value Cabbage Patch Kids, and some people may value an Audi A8. We don't know what makes people happy, so let the market determine that. There is no means of avoiding final collapse of a boom brought on by a credit expansion. The alternative is only whether the crisis should come sooner as a result of a voluntary abandonment of further credit expansion, or later as the final and total catastrophe of the currency is involved. Ludwig von Mises. So basically we can either stop doing it voluntarily or just let it all blow out.
Shelter with the national debt now more than $10 trillion. The White House today enacted an emergency plan to eliminate all of the United States' financial obligations to foreign nations by faking a violent coup of the American government. The coup is expected to take much of the strain off of America's real economy, providing the global community does not discover the ruse. The fake coup began at 10 a.m. today when fake rebel leader Octavius Del Monte stormed Congress and pretended to kill several congressmen.
Hear my words, China, Japan, and the United Arab Emirates. The United States of America and all its vast debt no longer exists. Henceforth, this land will be called Octavia. Do not even try to collect funds owed.
The militants brandished plastic guns and wore costumes lawmakers stayed up late last night making themselves.
I believe you have the wrong one, sir. Oh! Oh! Now, what is the meaning of this? Be quiet, woman!
After a 5-minute mock battle, Congress and the president ceded control of the nation to Octavius, who is believed to be played by Deputy Secretary of Agriculture Charles Connor.
You know how when someone dies and all their debts go away and no one has to pay them? Well, this is like that, except with countries.
The country's creditors will be told the paper containing the country's debts was destroyed in the scuffle.
Someone save the record of our debts.
Congress will also use computer graphics to simulate some of the fake coup's more complicated details, such as the explosion that blows up the Treasury building. Representatives on both sides of the aisle said the plan was the best option left for lowering our debt after ideas like burning down the country for the insurance money and disguising the nation as Canada were deemed infeasible. The White White House is also asking all American citizens to call their friends in other countries to complain about the new dictatorship. And in accordance with pretending to comply with Octavius' media control policy, this network will now be broadcasting Octavia's national anthem for 3 hours every day. Thank you for watching, and God bless Octavia.
That was, of course, The Onion. They've actually produced a lot of pretty good videos. I call them red pills because they're just little tastes of truth out there. And again, the comedy channels are becoming more effective at seeing the truth out there. But I wish it was only that easy that we could just wipe away the debt. And if there was a political effort going forward, I believe somebody can make a huge inroads on doing this, because at the end of the day, it is just a piece of paper. It's a digital transaction, and when countries default, which many countries will be forced to, the system it wipes away all the debts, and everybody gets to start over again. It's just like the Babylonian Jubilee. We can either do it by voluntary abandonment of further credit expansion, starting over the system and saying, let's look at this rationally. It's an unstable system that does not make the lives better, or which is what the elite want, total and financial collapse of the whole currency, with them left with the assets to start all over again to create their new world order. The fate of the nation and the fate of the currency are one and the same. Dr. Franz Pick. If ever our nation stumbles upon unfunded paper, it shall surely be like death to our body politic. This country will crash. George Washington. Before 1933, the people themselves had an effective way to demand economy. Before 1933, whenever the people became disturbed over federal spending, they could redeem their paper currency in gold and wait for common sense to return to Washington. That's Congressman Howard Buffett, who is Warren Buffett's father. So we obviously see that Warren was brought up in a household that believed in hard currency, and Warren very astutely saw the change of the times and went along with it. Paper money eventually returns to its intrinsic value, zero. Voltaire. I started to realize that I quote a lot of Voltaire, and next to Thomas Jefferson, probably the most quoted person in the Academy. Consumerism. Look, honey, I bought something today. Oh, darling, I'm so proud of you. That's your whole course on consumerism. No, actually, there's a lot more. Our enormously productive economy demands that we make consumption our way of life, that we convert the buying and the use of goods into rituals, that we seek our spiritual satisfaction, our ego satisfaction in consumption. We need things to be consumed, burned up, replaced, and discarded at an ever-accelerating rate. Victor Lebeau. There was a lot of discussion after World War II that we had all this productive capacity, and the industrialists feared that without the government producing all this war material, that the economy would collapse. And they're set forward between the banks and the advertising agencies and the industries this idea of consumerism. And our government was originally purposed with protecting the individual from the larger, more powerful interests. Now those interests have control over the government, and they create the legislation that benefits the special interest instead of the common interest. I'm sure you've all seen these tags of shopping. This is institutionalizing it, making it the focus. This is women shopping, and men are certainly a victim of this too. Maybe not a victim; they're participants in this. Men will buy snowmobiles and PlayStations and all this other stuff, and women will buy shoes. I've read a statistic that the average woman has at least 100 pairs of shoes in their house. And when I moved, I actually counted up my wife's, and she is definitely in that category. But I certainly know other people who have much more shoes. And it's just not a victim. I keep using that. It's endemic of the society that we live in. There's a couple ways of looking at this, and we can look at the total cost of all the stuff that we buy. We do not pay the full price of all the stuff that we buy. Along the way, it is actually subsidized by many more people than the end consumer. And let's just look at this. The consumption process starts with extraction. Our imperial foreign policy benefits corporate interests to extract and pollute other nations. This is theft. If a government makes a deal for their corporations to go in there, and by paying off the right people or promising military aid or other things in benefit of that, the other nations give up their natural resources and human labor to benefit the corporate interests that come in after the fact. And it really is a theft of the nation to the benefit of the local elite and also the elite of our country. We are 5% of the world's population, and yet we are consuming more than 30% of the world's resources. How are we able to do that? Exponential growth will meet a finite planet. All of these resources are mixed with toxins to create finished products and that use more and more energy. The dirtiest of production is shipped overseas, where workers are exposed to high levels of toxins and there's no legal recourse. In distribution, the retail system provides an easy ground of employment for the least educated people in our system and provides low-wage jobs in our economy. This externalizes the cost of our productions. We don't actually pay for all the cost of our productions, of all of our products. Again, at the very beginning, if copper is taken from a country because our government comes in and either bribes or cajoles or creates tariffs or militarily threatens them, economically threatens them, we're able to buy those resources at an extremely cheap, reduced rate, more so than we would be able to afford on a free market system. Those people are subsidizing the cost of our products. If the production is put into a foreign land where corporations don't have to pay healthcare workers or worry about lawsuits or can pollute without having to worry about cleaning it up, they are subsidizing our products. And then Walmart, if they pay their employees next to nothing, make them work extra hours that they're not supposed to work without pay, have most of these jobs being part-time, those workers subsidize the cost of our products. So again, the resources being stolen from foreign nations, they pick up part of the cost. Pollution that's dumped into foreign nations, they bear the cost. And we pay the cost through less well-paying jobs. Because we're destroying other economies, illegal immigrants come here, which leads to more competition for our remaining good-paying jobs, lowering wages and increasing social costs. After 9/11, we were told to go out and shop. What the hell is that all about?
Get down to Disney World in Florida. Take your families and enjoy life the way we want it to be enjoyed.
They ought to take their kids on vacations. They ought to go to ball games. More people will be going to hotels and restaurants.
And tomorrow when you get back to work hard like you always have.
So that was George Bush and a couple of clips that we put together, telling us to go out and work. Go out and work and shop and keep the economy going. because that was vital for the elite to tell the people to go back and go back to their normal life, because without us participating in the system, without us consuming, without us spending, without us running on the treadmill, the whole elite system ends. They cannot conduct a war, one, if we don't participate in it, but two, if we don't have the economy churning at a certain rate to produce all this energy and money and capital for what to run this empire that we have. They knew that consumer debt is what this country runs on. 2/3 of the economy is consumers, and this will not last. No other country in the world has that kind of built-in imbalance in their economy. I mean, think about that. We consume. That's what we are. We're consumers. We're not producers. We're not workers. We're not inventors. We're not miners. We're not And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be happy that we're at the top of the heap, but it cannot last. It's a dream world. America is not at war. The Marine Corps is at war, and America is at the mall. And that's what we are. We ritualized our shopping. We ritualized our shopping. We seek our self-satisfaction, our emotional satisfaction into consuming things and thinking those things reflect who we are. And it's not. It's a very shallow existence. This is an interesting statistic. Guess how much of the stuff that you buy is still in use 6 months after you buy it? 50%? 25%? Try 3% of everything that you buy is still in use after 6 months. Capitalism requires constant struggle. Consume more. Planned obsolescence. It's designed to break. In fact, designers in the 1950s studied how fast they could have stuff break and still leave the consumer the feeling of the confidence to buy the replacement product from them. And there's also perceived obsolescence. Fashion and style of these products change so it's obvious to others that you have not bought new stuff. And more or less you're looked down upon. I mean, I certainly got rid of a perfectly good phone to buy the new iPhone, and I like the phone. But at the end of the day, I can tell you my phone that I had probably 10 years ago had a clearer sound, and for what I mainly use it for is to talk on. And yet I got rid of that perfectly good phone because it was bulkier than the other ones. Meanwhile, it worked. And then advertising shapes the way we think and shop. We are bombarded with thousands of ads every day telling us how to think and structure our value system. And ads really are designed to make you unhappy with what you have and to buy happiness with their new product. Really look at the message that they're sending. Like a typical thing would be mom's making boring dinner again, and that why don't the kids go, can we go to McDonald's or something like that? They make you feel bad with what you have to go buy their product to make you quote unquote feel better. And ironically, our happiness is declining with the more stuff we have. We work, we are depressed. We watch TV, and we are told that we're no good and to go buy this product to make us look or feel better. So then what do? We go shop. And what do we do when we go shop? We go into debt, which means we have to go back to work, which means that we're more depressed, which means we watch more TV, which means that we're going to go out and buy products and to make us look and feel better, to shop, to go into more debt. It's an incredibly vicious cycle of depression and wastefulness of resources and time and energy. We're literally on a hamster wheel. This is going to end in one of two ways. You're either going to willingly downsize your life, or the economic collapse will mandate it.
Man, it could be worse. A woman could cut off your penis while you're sleeping and toss it out the window of a moving car.
There's always that. I don't know, it's just when you buy furniture, you tell yourself, that's it, that's the last sofa I'm gonna need. Whatever else happens, I've got that sofa problem handled. I had it all. I had a stereo that was very decent. a wardrobe that was getting very respectable. I was close to being complete.
Shit, man, now it's all gone.
All gone. All gone.
Do you know what a duvet is?
Comforter.
It's a blanket. Just a blanket. Now, why do guys like you and I know what a duvet is? Is this essential to our survival? In the hunter-gatherer sense of the word? No. What are we then?
Consumers.
Right. We are consumers. We are byproducts of a lifestyle obsession. Murder, crime, poverty, these things don't concern me. What concerns me are celebrity magazines, television with 500 channels, some guy's name on my underwear. Rogaine, Viagra, Olestra.
Martha Stewart.
Fuck Martha Stewart. Martha's polishing the brass on the Titanic. It's all going down, man. So fuck off with your sofa units and string green stripe patterns. I say never be complete. I say stop being perfect. I say let's evolve. Let the chips fall where they may. That's me, and I could be wrong. Maybe it's a terrible tragedy.
No, it's just stuff. It's not tragedy.
Well, you did lose a lot of versatile solutions for modern living.
Fuck, you're right. No, it's... My insurance is probably going to cover it, so... What?
Things you own end up owning you.
That's obviously a clip from Fight Club, and kind of gets into that. And I love this movie on many different levels, but that particular scene is about the main character losing everything that he owned, all those possessions that he worked hard for and desired and focused all his energy on and coordinated and you know, took loans out for it, and to have this you know, illusionary world of completeness. And Tyler Durden saying, you know, that it's, you know, basically all illusion and it's all going down. Martha Stewart's polishing the brass on the Titanic. It's all going down. And it is. And you need to realize that. We've seen that the monetary system requires a constant and expanding debt to function. And at some point, it is going to collapse. And what are you going to be left with? You know, when this all happens, are you going to surround yourself with... you know, your fancy leather sofa and your you know, Mercedes car, or you know, all this baubles that really don't affect us on that hunter-gatherer level that Tyler was talking about. It's unimportant. It's not real. It's not. It's a vapid existence, and it's one, you know, if you're liberty-minded, that funds the elite that are profiting off this system. If you were out of debt, if you were able to produce your own food, and you know, if you had you know, your own energy source and lived a very, you know, real quote unquote lifestyle, you can't cheat an honest man. And then at the end of the day, the things you own end up owning you. If you are constantly chasing after these baubles, and again, after 6 months you don't even use them, your whole existence is based off of that spinning wheel of unhappiness. This does not make us happy. It's a waste of natural and human resources, and enables our masters through debt creation. It enslaves our families into debt. It takes time away from things that really matter. It forces us into bigger things to take care of our other things. George Carlin did a great thing on stuff. You know, we have all this stuff, and then we need more stuff to, you know, to put all this stuff in, and then when we leave, we need more stuff to, you know, carry our stuff in, and at the end of the day, it's just stuff. It's not important. The final part of this cycle is the disposal. We first store and pack up all of our living spaces to maximize the collecting of all this stuff. This leads to bigger houses, bigger cars that uses, and all that stuff needs more stuff to keep it going. Then we store it in storage units, and then we try to sell it at a garage sale, but then you realize your stuff is only worth 10 cents on the dollar. So the best thing to do is just not buy it in the first place. And then we throw the stuff out. In fact, this is an interesting statistic. The average American family produces 5 pounds of garbage a day. In fact, every time I bring the trash bag out to the garbage can, I think of this. And every day, I know for a fact, my little family of 4 produces 5 pounds of garbage a day. And yet, for every can of garbage that's produced out in the street, 70 cans of waste were used in the extraction, production, distribution, consumption, and disposal of all of these products. Think about that. That means, an average garbage can, I think, probably takes, 30 pounds of garbage. So they're saying nearly a ton of garbage is produced to create the garbage that you have out on the street that you're basically throwing away. And when you see this system as just this incredibly wasteful, not benefiting anybody but the elite that are physically profiting off of this and allowing them to consume more and more resources without work, you begin to wonder, what the hell are we doing? And all this garbage is inevitably polluting the land and air and water that we breathe. And for what? A meaningless existence? Consuming, working, consuming again? Is this really why we're on Earth? It is rational to save, and it's irrational to spend. There's a theory of pain of paying, and that plays into this whole consumer cycle. The least amount of pain is buy now and pay later, pay later with credit cards and debt. You get to enjoy it now, and you delay your pain of paying it later on, and that allows you to consume more and more because you don't have to face the reckoning day of paying the bill. The next level down is debit now. So that means like physically taking out a debit card and paying with your electronic funds that you have saved up. And it starts to get more painful when you actually have to pay cash towards paying your bills. If you went to the food store and you actually paid with your own cash, you start to see, physically, mentally, see how much money you're spending. And then you start going, do I really need to be spending this? I saw this all day long in the car business. People would come in to buy a car, and instead of focusing on, and we purposely did this, any good salesperson, instead of focusing on the fact that they were buying a $35,000 car, and that it was going to cost, in excess of $35,000 by the time you got done with the interest and taxes and upkeep and all that other stuff, you may be up towards over $40,000. Instead of focusing on that big number, we focused on the monthly payment because it was a much smaller, manageable number. And that by focusing on that smaller number, it was easier to increase your profit because $10 a month on a monthly payment could translate into $600 more over the term of the loan, and if you calculate interest on it, it could even be more, upwards of $1,000. So, that pain of paying, be cognizant of how you're paying. The best way, and I've certainly done this since 2005, is to save your money and use this as your bank account. Save your money in gold and silver. When you actually have real money, now it's like, it's not these paper bills that you have. If you hold, like this little kid, a gold coin, and you feel the weight of it and the beauty of the gold, and thinking about that it would take, close to moving 4 tons of dirt and rock to get one precious pure ounce of gold, and how much effort went into finding it, extracting it, refining it, minting it, and for it to get into your hand, and thinking that is real wealth, that's real value. And that if you wanted to go buy a car, and that you actually had to sell those gold coins to convert that to cash, pay tax on it, and then to take the proceeds and then go buy a car that's a depreciating asset, that makes it very painful to pay. We all need to play these games in our heads, get away from credit cards because it plays into the system, and move to being more painful in paying. And that way you'll save more of your assets. So it's a very good lesson to learn. Another psychological part of this consumer mentality is this endowment effect. The emotional value that we put on objects is much higher than the real value. We fall in love with what we have. Trial offers get us hooked on ownership. A lot of the promotional materials we do may have a trial offer, a free look at, followed up by a reoccurring bill paying, and the idea is that to get people to try it, and then once you try it, you're like, I like it, so I'm going to keep it. And another example is in the car business. I mean, if there was ever anybody who was on the fence, we would say, hey, listen, why don't you go take the car home and see if it fits in your garage, or why don't you go take your wife out to lunch and drive around the car and tell me if you like it. Meanwhile, I knew that once they drove it, and the consumer knows too, this isn't brain surgery here, that if they see it, feel it, smell it, touch it, put it in their driveway, their wife, girlfriend, mother, parents, mother-in-law sees them in their brand new car, their friends see them, they're mentally going to own it. It's going to be, mentally a part of them, and that they're going to take ownership of it, be more likely to buy it and stay with it. A 30-day money-back guarantee takes away that risk aversion. Like you're going to get screwed. If you buy something and you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, you're more willing to try it. And we also naturally focus on what we might lose rather than we might gain. Like when you do these trial offers, by taking ownership of it, you mentally have, it's yours, and now you fear losing what you now have, even though it may be a trial, and that's the reason why you stay on, rather than what you might gain. So all these psychological things come into our decision-making process. And again, the more we're aware of this, the more we're able to control our own personal actions and start seeing these tricks that are played on us, so that we're able to better manage our lives. Now, there's 4 ways of spending money. You can spend money on your own self. And when you do, you're very careful with your capital and direct it towards the best value to you. When I go out and buy something, I have money, but I tell you what, I hate spending money. And when I do, I tell you what, I research it, I think about it, I plan for it, I budget for it. It's in me. But I make sure I get the most bang for my buck. And not only do I look between products, which product's better, which features are better, but then I also look at the marketplace, when things typically go on sale, when's the best time to buy a car. If you have all those questions, I'm definitely the guy to ask. The next way you can spend money is you can spend your own money on others. And you can take care not to spend it too much, and you care a lot less on the satisfaction of the recipient. Meaning that you're not going to spend as much, and you really don't care as much about the recipient and how much value that they place in it, but there it is. You can spend someone else's money on yourself, and you don't care how much money you spend now. So you go from not spending too much to, because you're spending on yourself, you don't care how much money you spend, and you do care about what you get. And number 4, the 4th way you can spend money is you can spend someone else's money on others. Now, you don't care how much you spend or what others get. And if you look at this, let's look at how this is institutionalized. You obviously, spend your money on yourself, and you are careful with your capital, and you direct it towards the best value. Whereas a grandparent is careful not to spend too much, and they really don't. I mean, they want their grandkids to be happy, but are they really going to put all this time and effort into thinking about the perfect little product just to make that person better. And then the recipient, whether the grandparent puts all this effort or not, the recipient certainly is not going to value the same thing the same way that the grandparent is. And if you spend money, someone else's money on yourself, that would be like you taking your boss's credit card out to dinner. You're going to make sure that you don't necessarily care how much money you spend, but you definitely want to make sure that you have dessert, extra drinks, appetizer. You're going to go the whole nine. And then spending somebody else's money on others is a typical government program. Now we have people who don't care how much money is spent or care about how much income is or how well the money is spent. It's all about power. It's all about just blowing through, and you get poor use of capital, waste, fraud, abuse, anytime that you have that kind of spending system. So if we institutionalize this, the first one is free market capitalism. All market participants spend their own capital freely and use it to their best advantage to make themselves the best decision that they can. Whereas charity is when you spend your money on others. And, charity is good and it's important, but as far as the amount of capital spent versus the amount of enjoyment or satisfaction or best use of capital, it's much less than what you would have with the first example. Corporatism or fascism is a way of spending other people's money on yourself. We've seen this obviously with CEOs padding their nests with corporate money, rigging the company's efforts into short-term gains, so they can profit off of options and bonuses and stuff. And then finally, collectivism or socialism or communism at the end, where the government is spending other people's money on others and wasting it and certainly not caring what the end result is. Class warfare. I just want to start off as a disclaimer. I am not a financial advisor, and that this is for informational and educational purposes only, and that you should seek financial advice from professionals who can look at your specific goals and risk tolerances. Silvershield Group or its members will not be held liable for any losses or recommendations that are made, and do your own due diligence. I'm doing that. I don't know if I need to or not, but I think you guys all know that I'm not a professional advisor, do your own, listen. I started off this whole academy with don't follow anybody, don't listen to anybody unless it makes sense to you. But there it is. All right, class warfare. The lower class is taught the lower class to get a job, just above broke, and to pay expenses. So the lower class gets a job, pays taxes, rent, car payment, food, credit cards, and that's their existence. The middle class is taught to get a job and to pay for their expenses, and to get ahead in life, to live a better life, take on debt. So they start taking on credit cards, mortgages, student loans, car loans to push them above the lower class, at least with their perceived lifestyle. The middle class has been fooled into thinking that their liabilities are assets. Your home is the best example. Unless your home throws off rental income in excess of the mortgage, taxes, and utilities and upkeep, it is a liability. Even all the goodies that you own outright, the cars, the jet skis, the TVs, are really nothing more than quickly depreciating toys that are illiquid and when you need the cash the most. Financial advisors tell the middle class to diversify and invest for the long term. In fact, most financial education is nothing more than a sales pitch. This is kind of like asking a used car salesman what to buy. Well, a good one's going to tell you that you should buy more than one and diversify in case the other car breaks down. And if you talk to a financial advisor, give him everything you got. Let him come to you with a plan. Then ask him to see his commission plan. Trust me, he knows very well what he's going to make off of you before he goes in for the close. In fact, I briefly considered going into this field until a better opportunity arrived. But you know, all financial advisors are essentially, you know, salespeople. You know, they come to you, they you know, consult with you, they open up the book. They have a very trained, planned, methodical way of going about doing business and reaching common ground, and it really is no different than any other sales. But at the end of the day, your financial advisor, the person that you meet, really is in control of your assets, and quite honestly, their interests do not ally with yours. If he refuses, you know, this is an interesting thing, and you know, you can do this or not, but if he refuses, ask him why, because you've basically just opened up your entire financial life to him, your taxes, how much money you made, your savings. I mean, you've laid yourself naked to this dude. I think you're entitled to know what he's making off of you. But if he does show you, you'll see that what he recommends is probably the more profitable thing for him to sell. You can then start looking at how why he would push certain products over another, why he would choose an annuity over, say, a Canadian oil trust, or why term over a whole life insurance policy. And this is what I found most glaring. Why gold isn't even 1% of the recommended package. And the big reason is because gold, if one comprehends what it is an anathema to what they're all about. They're all about perpetuating the Ponzi scheme and creating more of a financial Ponzi environment. And gold stands in the way of all this. They can't make as much money off of that, quite honestly. I mean, an insurance policy, the whole first year of premiums that you pay go towards paying profits. Every dollar that you pay is going to go right towards that salesperson or the manager or the company as a pure profit. And the answer has nothing to do with your financial well-being and everything about selling you what's going to make him and the company the most money over the longest term.
The recession is over. Let me repeat that. The recession is over. Now, I've been telling you that for 2 weeks now, but tonight, I'm not being redundant for a change. Tonight, I'm quoting the headline from a major new report out today from Merrill Lynch, one of the largest brokerage firms in the world. And Merrill says the recession ended on June 30th. The same day I declared on this show that this recession ends right here, right now. We got myriad other signs of hope today, and they don't come from a broker trying to sell you something. Intel came out tonight with a loss, but its revenue was $1 billion higher than expected. And Intel sees a stronger second half and raised its revenue estimate for this third quarter. J&J results were better than Wall Street was forecasting, and retail sales in June rose a bit more than expected, too. Even Treasury Secretary Timothy Geithner.
So basically, this is a much longer clip, and I can't stand listening to this guy, and I don't even know if he's still on after this. You know, you see that we go from a reporting to a cheerleading programming, and again, this is all designed to get the sheeple to go to the slaughter. You know, it's all about having them invest their 401ks, their IRAs, their stocks, their bonds, all these paper products, all these paper things that are going to make them wealthy, and feed it into the system and stay in it for the long term. And we saw how Jon Stewart ripped apart Cramer over how the guys tell us one thing and do the other. They're all about making the quick buck and turning it and shorting it and putting calls on it and drumming up and fomenting action in a stock and spreading rumors. And meanwhile, we're just supposed to just blindly keep following and participating in the system. This is a quote from Warren Buffett. Wall Street's the only place where people who ride in Rolls Royce get advice from people who take the subway. And that's true of all these financial advisors. I mean, most of the ones that I saw at the recruitment stuff, they were all in their early 20s, just out of college. I mean, they don't even know how to handle their own paychecks. They're broke by the time that the next paycheck comes, and living a very wild life. But the people that are higher up on it, they know what they're getting. They churn and burn most of those financial advisors, and rely on them bringing in their families and friends and stuff. But that's that. Now the rich are not taught to get a job. They're taught to buy assets that buy more assets, that have assets pay for their expenses, and have passive recurring income. And passive recurring income is a very important thing, and they're pretty tough to find. There are businesses that run without you. If you're a business owner and you're there every day, you're not independently wealthy if it all revolves around you, and that certainly was the case with me, but not for my father. My father could basically take off for as much time as he wanted because I was the one running it, running the show. So if you have a business that does not run without you, this does not count. Stocks and bonds that throw off interest, rental income on investment property that you have, interest from loans, and I hope the Sons of Liberty Academy can do that through our marketing efforts of selling this. If you believe in it enough and you sell it, I hope to have an affiliate or a commission program that will throw off recurring revenue from other people who buy stuff from us. And it's certainly part of the marketing plan going forward, which I plan on introducing in another module that I'm probably going to call Selling the Revolution. Do you want to know why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? The lower and middle class earn money, get taxed, and then spend the money on expenses, while the upper class earn money, spend their money, and then after they spend as much money as they could on expenses, then they get taxed on the rest. This reduces their taxable income and increases their purchasing power. If you bought a computer that cost $1,000, it really costs you $1,333, because if you're taxed at a 25% income tax, that's the amount of money you need to earn to buy that $1,000 computer. Whereas the rich, they buy the computer before taxes for $1,000, and it potentially lowers them, potentially puts them into a lower tax bracket. Huge advantage right there, and one that is very important. In fact, if you had a business, say you became a consultant in the field that you currently work in, you can write off stuff pre-tax. Startup expenses, computers, auto costs, travel costs, medical costs, office furniture, board meetings, work dinners. Think of all those things that a business would normally spend, through the normal business practice. Their income comes in, they spend the money, and then at the end of the year, when everything's been all spent, then they pay taxes on it. This would reduce your overall income to then get taxed by the government. And it's an important thing, and one that we all should participate in. I don't care who you are. Start a business, start an LLC, whatever you're good at. If you're, a kite maker, I don't know. Just start a business. It allows you to have, this huge advantage. But there are a couple caveats. There's 8 things you need to have to qualify for a business. First thing is, this cannot be a hobby. You have to conduct yourself in a business-like manner. You should have a website, a letterhead, business cards, meetings, business plans. Basically, what the government's looking for is that they want it to be a legitimate effort towards becoming profitable. And the reason why the government does this is because they want you to participate in the system, because eventually you're going to create more jobs and more wealth for them. But they don't want it to be, what I'm telling you is to be just a write-off of normal expenses. It has to be a legitimate business. They also need to show that your time, your effort is into making it profitable. I think you can do this, and again, That's why I had this disclaimer. I'm not a professional. You know, I don't want to lead anybody in the wrong direction, but I think you need. I think you basically got 3 years to make something profitable before the IRS says, "Hey, listen, this is obviously a hobby for you that you like. You're using it to write off, you know, to make your lifestyle happier. You know, we're not going to allow this anymore. And by the way, you owe us a whole huge amount of money." How much reliance you have on your income? Are the losses normal and beyond your control? You know, I know a lot of dealers, as soon as they start making their money, they get dealeritis. And one of the first things they all buy is a big boat. You know, and they use the boat inside the company and write it down and stuff like that. You know, it's like, you know, you can get into a lot of trouble doing that. Or are you trying to change and attempt to make a profit? Again, the IRS and the government, you know, they encourage small businesses to form, because that's really where a lot of our economic growth comes from, is from these small businesses, is not the corporations. But they want it to be an effort of legitimate purpose to do this. Are you knowledgeable in this area? I mean, if you're going to start a computer company and you can't even barely speak English or speak programming language, you know, the government is going to say, you know, this is not a legitimate business, and therefore you owe taxes on all that money that you technically wrote off. Do you have an experience making a profit? If you're, you know, like me, I've ran multiple successful businesses. I definitely have a acute expertise in creating profit. You know, but these are all questions that they're going to look for. And then, most importantly, do you have a reasonable expectation to make a profit in the future? I mean, if you're losing tons of money in this business venture and it's you know, a constant drain, eventually they're going to put an end to it. If we were in any other period of time, I could spend an entire module on creating businesses, investing in stocks, and developing a real estate portfolio. But we're entering the most dangerous time for our capital, and that is because of counterparty risk. There will come a time where I hope the Sons of Liberty Academy will be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel and start moving from this fearful you know, economic scenario that we're looking at into a more prosperous one, where we can start investing in you know, real wealth and you know, assets that are going to be paper assets as the mood changes. In fact, there's a huge module, I think it's module 9, where we're going to actually predict when all this is going to happen. Not predict, look for signs for what we should be looking for when the mood changes. But right now we're entering a very dangerous time for capital, and one, this is time that we need to protect ourselves. The value of any paper asset lies in the assumption that the other entity that is involved in the paper promise is going to hold up their part of the bargain. That's the counterparty risk. All paper assets, all paper promises, all this whole paper Ponzi scheme all relies with two parties. There's a counterparty risk. For example, if a renter is going to pay rent on your real estate, if you have a real estate house and you're renting it, you have the counterparty risk that your renter may not be able to pay. An auto manufacturer, you know, we had multiple franchises, and you know, you always run the risk that the other person that you signed the contract with to have the franchise, the auto manufacturer, you have the risk that they may take your franchise, and it's become even more apparent through all the intervention in the market. If you own stock, you have the risk, the counterparty risk, that the stock is not going to go bankrupt, rendering your stock worthless. And then the bigger one, the one that's going to affect all and everybody, is that the government is not going to default on their bonds, or more importantly, their money. The real problem with paper promises like these is that the only time that you really need people to come through on their commitments is usually the time that you need it the most, and that's the time that they're going to fail. You know, most people don't care about the stocks until they want to go sell it, but think about the times that they're going to want to sell it. It's the times that they're most fearful, and the time that they're most fearful is the time that usually everything's going bad in the world. So the time that you need your money the most and rely on those paper assets to pay for your life, usually is the time where it's least able to deliver. Another important concept to understand is interest paid is based off of risk, and risk is based off of the capital that you might lose. The higher the interest rate, the higher the chance that you might lose your investment due to the fact that you are investing in something that you do not hold, that there's counterparty risk, and they may not hold up their end of the bargain. One of the reasons why gold and silver and precious metals do not pay interest is because there is absolutely no risk in losing your capital. You have it, you own it, it's yours, it's not going anywhere. Whereas if you start putting your money in a bank CD or stuff like that, while there are guaranteed, there is a slight risk that you might lose it if there's a massive default. And that's why it pays a very low interest. Whereas higher performing interest-bearing assets such as junk bonds, there is a much higher risk of capital loss, and in order for you to invest in that, they have to pay a higher rate of interest because of the riskiness, the fear that you might lose your capital due to counterparty risk most often. I get a lot of flack for this line of thinking, but I don't even want to recommend having any paper assets right now, including the honeypot known as the 401k and IRA. In fact, you are a minority partner with the government in everything you do. You are relying upon the government to uphold its promise of not taxing, not inflating, and not confiscating your 401k. And if it is a good portion of your quote-unquote wealth, I highly recommend getting rid of it, paying the taxes now before it's all gone. The government is like the mob and can and will change the rules to benefit itself whenever it sees fit. And I believe when the time is right, all retirement assets will be seized by the government or frozen to let inflation eat up the value of those assets, or even convert your stock into your 401k stocks into government bonds. And this will be done for your security, of course. Remember that goods are wealth, and money is merely a future claim on wealth and not wealth itself. It's really anti-wealth. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. So again, seek a professional advisor. They're obviously going to tell you not, but do what makes sense to you. Like for now, this year, I'm actually getting rid of my 401k and IRA, and paying the taxes now because I'm going to pay a 10% penalty and pay whatever income tax now, because think about it in the future. If these government deficits keep rising and inflation keeps going up, government's going to have to do one of two things: either inflate the money supply, which is going to destroy the value of what's inside the IRA, which you have very limited choices of doing anything with to begin with, or it's going to start taxing us at a much higher rate, or changing the rules. I mean, right now the Roth IRA is a very popular tool that everybody is using. Pay your taxes now and you can take all the money out tax-free. If you believe that the government is not going to look at that gigantic pool of cash and not change the rules, make it means tested, you're nuts. I mean, you're like trusting a pedophile to your children. They don't deserve your trust. They change the rules. It's a big scam, and the more capital you can keep away from their hands and more at home, the better off you are. This is a great chart from Run to Gold. I guess Trace Meyer came up with this. But this is going to show how everything is just going to blow up. And I like the quote: "The system does not collapse but evaporates." And the evaporation is not the wealth, but the perception of the wealth. I read a quote: "Wealth is not created or destroyed. It merely moves from one perception to another." And think about that. People's value, things are only worth something because of our perceived value on it. Gold could just be a stone, just a pretty shiny metal if we didn't put so much value into it. A credit derivative swap and all this other stuff is just a piece of paper, but we put value in it because of what we transfer onto it. And when the illusion is destroyed and people's confidence is destroyed, all that perceived value is destroyed also, and it evaporates. And as soon as somebody's eyes open, you couldn't make me buy a derivative or a stock or a bond right now, because my perceived value is true wealth, which is hard, tangible assets. But look at the amount of money that we're talking about. We're looking at $1.6 quadrillion in derivatives, and half of that is shadow derivatives, not even regulated. There's just a huge amount of money that's out there, and as Warren Buffett said, all these derivatives are weapons of massive destruction, or creative destruction, or whatever it is, weapons of mass destruction. Titanic sums of money. But then we also have all these private businesses in commercial real estate and residential real estate, non-monetary commodities, $125 trillion. And again, try to visualize how big that money is. Huge sums of money. And what happens to a private business? I mean, I looked at, I sold my interest in the car dealerships in May of 2008, 5 months before everything started collapsing. And I took pennies on the dollar, because I'd rather be out of it now, and not have the perceived value destroyed and me left holding the debt with the destruction of the assets. So, businesses that were worth millions of dollars, 2 years ago, are literally worth less, and probably even just left as a debt on there, that they're just trying to suck up the last little bit of wealth that's left. Then you have all these securitized debts and stocks, corporate muni bonds. People who invest in these tax-free muni bonds are also just nuts in my case. That was one of the best things that a couple of the rich people that I knew, they were like, oh, I'm going to sell out and put everything in tax-free municipal bonds and basically just live tax-free and yada yada. And yet they don't realize that all these bonds are going to collapse. I mean, we're already seeing now that states, cities, and these localities are already defaulting on their debts because they can't even make the interest payments anymore. Again, the risk is that your capital is not returned, and the real problem is that your capital is not going to be returned when you need it the most. Broad currency illusions such as government bonds, treasury bills, and then the actual physical paper dollars. I mean, we've seen pictures of physical paper money that's destroyed through hyperinflation, literally pushed down into the sewers because it's an illusion, which leaves all of these huge sums of money and illusions to only seek one place left, which is the physical world. I don't care if it's corn, gold, silver, farmland, stuff that you can touch, you can feel. That's where all this is going to go to, and you're going to see a massive wave of people selling their illusion to buy the real, and that transfer is going to be massive. We have not seen that yet. Fiat crash. Moral hazard is when people are protected from the consequences of their actions. They tend to do more risky things. For instance, if a financial institution knows that it can make tremendous profits by leveraging up their bets in the market and keep all the profits, and if they get it wrong, the government will bail them out, and they can just take their capital and start all over again, they will be more risky. They will take more risk than if it was just their own money on the line. Like gold, U.S. dollars have value only to the extent that they are strictly limited in supply. But the United States government has a technology called a printing press, or today its electronic equivalent, that allows it to produce as many U.S. dollars as it wishes at essentially no cost. By increasing the number of dollars in circulations, or even credibly threatening to do so, the United States government can also reduce the value of the dollar in terms of goods and services, which is the equivalent of raising prices in dollars of those goods and services. We conclude that under a paper money system, a determined government can always generate higher spending and hence positive inflation. Ben Bernanke. That's one of the better quotes from an incredibly boring book called Inflation Targeting that I read from him that basically is just a precursor to what's to come. Benjamin Bernanke was all about, he even said that the government, if they really wanted to, they could just drop money out of helicopters to produce higher inflation, because that, again, is what the elite want, and you need to bank on it. The crash has laid bare many unpleasant truths about the United States. One of the most alarming, says a chief economist of the International Money Fund, is that the finance industry has effectively captured our government. A state of affairs that is more typically described in emerging markets and is the center of many emerging market crises. If the IMF staff could speak freely about the U.S., it would tell us that is what it tells all countries in this situation. Recovery will fail unless we break the financial oligarchy that is blocking essential reform. And if we are to prevent a true depression, we're running out of time. That's Simon Johnson. We are about to see a race to the bottom in the world's currencies as each tries to devalue its currency against the others in a beggar-thy-neighbor policy to shore up exports, or simply cut rates frantically to stave off the consequences of debt leveraging and the risk of an outright slump. When that happens, if it is not already happening, it will become clear that both pillars of the global monetary system are unstable, infested with dry rot of excess debt. Ambrose Evans Pritchard, and one of the few reporters out there that is actually producing a great amount of work that exposes all this corruption. This is a long-term chart of the dollar. And one of the reasons why I bring this up is because the elite like to have us focus on this in judging our, the value of our dollar. They hide statistics like M3. I think that was discontinued, 2006, 2007, which would tell the total money supply of the dollar. They get this. The Federal Reserve said that they were no longer going to print M3 because it was too expensive for them to do. I mean, how ridiculous is that? This is an institution that can create as much money as it wants, and they simply want to do that to obfuscate the truth that the dollar is dying through inflation. But we have this dollar chart here, and it basically showing since 1983, after the U.S. economy got out of its depression, how it went up tremendously in value because of the high interest rates that we had, which brought more value to the currency. The Plaza Accord, which turns that around. The Clinton boom of the dollar, that strong dollar policy where, Summers, Greenspan, and Rubin concocted this strong dollar policy. And then finally the Bush budget of constant deficit spending and out of control business. Now, the reason why I show this is because this is what the elite want us to focus on, is this dollar chart. And the key is that all the dollar chart is a measurement of other currencies. And just like I said, the government manipulates the inflation rate, this too is also not giving us a clear picture. First of all, on its weighting, it says that 57% of the dollar index is based off of euro. We don't conduct 50% of our trade with Europe. In fact, most of it is through Asian countries, and yet the Asian countries are very not even represented here. Only 13% with the Japanese yen is reflected in that. And the Japanese yen is really, Japan's economy is really a subset of the American empire, long conquered long ago. Whereas the BRIC nations are not even in there. And the fact that we're judging the value of one currency against other fiat currencies is really, you're comparing, illusions to illusions. Other fiat currencies have just as many fatal flaws to them as the dollar does. When the dollar dies, the faith in all currencies will die. Right now, the faith in the euro's being trashed, and that's providing strength to the dollar, and it shouldn't be that way. Both currency systems are intrinsically flawed and will eventually be worth nothing. In the end, no paper asset will be worth the paper that it's written on. And jumping from dollars to yen to euros to loonies is like jumping from one frying pan to another. The big reason why I bring this up is because it does not include any of the BRIC countries, which is where we have most of our trade deficits with, and showing the real strengthening of some other countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China. Australia is another country that is not included in here, and yet that is to give the illusion that the dollar is remaining strong. Our entire way of life is based off of our country printing paper and the rest of the world accepting these pieces of paper for real assets and labor. What happens when 80 million baby boomers start taking from the system more than they contribute? What happens when the taxes rise on one generation to pay for the benefits of the other? Do you think that that generation is going to continue paying? What happens when governments no longer want our debt? This is starting to become evident right now. What happens when oil production declines, or when no oil-producing nations no longer accept dollars for oil? When the jig is up, there will be massive upheaval in our lives. People will clamor for gold and silver as all fiat paper promises fail. So like I said before, panic now, beat the rush. Get your money out of electronic fiat paper promises and get them into real assets. I will give you a very good plan on what I did to prepare for this, and you can use it as a roadmap, and then if you got better ideas, I'd love to hear them, because I've been essentially doing this on my own. In the old days, you needed you needed to conquer a country with military force, and then you can control that country. Today, it's not necessary at all. You can destabilize a country, make it poor, and then make it request help. And in exchange for that help that is given, you gain control over the policies of that country, and when you gain control of the policies of that country, you effectively have colonized that country. Dr. Mahathir bin Mohammed.
The government has called out the national reserves as civil unrest grips the nation this evening. 41 people have been arrested island-wide today in the worst case of civil unrest to rock Jamaica in many years.
We would like to take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all visitors to our beautiful island.
If you come to Jamaica as a tourist, this is what you will see.
The issue is to make globalization work for the benefit of all. There will not be a good future for the rich if there is no prospect for a better future for the poor.
Countries like Jamaica found that when they became free, they soon were in every kind of financial problem.
And that, again, is the trick of the elite. They come with a helping hand and leave with a pound of flesh. All these countries that are involved in debt in the United States will suffer from the same thing. Whereas where we're physically free from slavery, we become enslaved in debt. And once that debt is there, the elite, again, have control over us without the human face of the slave master.
The problem is when you own gold, you're fighting every central bank in the world. Central banks hate gold because it limits their ability to print money. But the market is the market. The market will do what it wants, and even the central banks are not bigger than the market.
That was one of the very few comments of honesty that was on CNBC, and I'm glad I was able to grab that. That's Jim Rickards, and basically he's talking about how the governments hate gold, and that you're literally fighting every central bank in the world when you own gold. And I really view that as a rallying cry of why, another reason why you should get out of the dollar, disperse of all your fiat paper promises and Ponzi games, and buy that, is because this is an attack on their power, and that we can make effective change by voting with our dollars. So as the Fed, with Bernanke and Greenspan turning the value of our dollar into zero, we can fight back by preserving our wealth and creating an independent system where we are not dependent on any government for for our lifestyle. And again, I'm bringing this quote up again. This is the end of that Gold and Economic Freedom that Alan Greenspan wrote. The financial policy of the welfare state requires that there be no way for owners of wealth to protect themselves. This is the shabby secret of welfare status tirade against gold. Deficit spending is simply a scheme for the confiscation of wealth. Gold stands in the way of that insidious process. It stands as a protector of property rights. If one grasps this, it has no difficulty in understanding the status antagonism for the gold standard. Sir Alan Greenspan, 1966, who subsequently sold his soul to the devil for the incredible amount of power and that he was able to garner. Triffin's dilemma. Economist Robert Triffin in 1960 saw the main problem with the dollar's reserve status. In order to stimulate the world economy, America has to run large persistent deficits, the creation of the debt-based money out of thin air, to constantly create more debt every year in excess of the debt and interest that is demanded to have that system run. The dilemma was that eventually you would go broke, and that would lead to a world collapse. So the idea was that a more powerful currency needed to be created to supplant the dollar so the dollar could be depreciated, eliminating the debt without collapsing the world economy. So all these elite economists said, "Oh, wait a minute, we got this system, it's working great, but where is this going to take us? At some point the dollar has to crash, and we don't want it to crash everything. We just want to, take the dollar off and take it out to the shed, beat it up, and then let it be reborn again." So they're basically saying right now that their goal is to destroy the dollar, but have another currency there ready for backup to throw in there. And this is the goal of world bankers, is that world domination. Problem, reaction, solution. They create the problem, they wait for the inevitable reaction, and they already have a solution waiting in the wings to save us. Meanwhile, that was all part of the plan. The Economist actually put this out. Get ready for a world currency. This is the Phoenix cover that they called, with all the paper currencies going up in smoke. Out of the ashes, rise the Phoenix. And we already have a blueprint there. The IMF has a blueprint for a world currency since 1969, special drawing rights, or SDRs. It is an international reserve asset amongst participating members. The value of the SDR was initially defined as an equivalent to 0.888 grams of fine gold, which at the time was also the equivalent of $1 US. The SDR is now redefined as a basket of currencies, today consisting of the euro, yen, pound sterling, and the US dollar. Following the logic of international bankers, they will offer this or something similar to this as a savior to the weak dollar. A global currency, of course, only delays the day of reckoning, but allows further concentration of power. This then leads to a new dilemma of what replaces that. And it does not address what a nation would do if it needed to raise funds to fight a war or natural disaster. Greece is currently going through their currency crisis, and they may have to default on their debt. But if they're able to if they default on their debt, what would they do if they were attacked by another nation? They wouldn't have the capital resources to even defend itself. And that's exactly what the bankers want. This once again plays into the hands of the bankers, who are all about eliminating any threat to their global power. If the bankers control the means of financing a war machine, they not only control the fate of that country, but then the country is no longer able to defend itself. And through the pressure of all the economics, the bankers can actually rally any rebellious nation that seeks to get out of this system into a war, and hopefully destroying that nation. Hyperinflationary depression. This is a series of pictures in Russia after their hyperinflationary depression, and a whole bunch of Russian rubles thrown all over the place that are now worthless. They weren't even worth keeping to sell as a little collection piece. They were just literally strewn across the field and destroyed. The reason why I want to show this picture is because millions upon millions of people spend hundreds of millions of hours, billions of hours working, laboring, plotting, strategizing, thinking, saving, spending these very pieces of paper. And it worked for a while, but when the system collapsed, the illusion was gone, and then people saw these pieces of paper for what they are and just an illusion and really a scam to keep us working. There's no better way of hurting the working class, the people of this earth, than a paper currency scheme. So as much as you look at this piece of paper as worthless and junk and means nothing to you, look at the dollars in your hands. Why are they any different? Why do you think that you will not suffer from the same consequences of these? A hyperinflationary depression. It only needs two things to make it happen: the Federal Reserve to act as lender of last resort, and the government to act as spender of last resort. During hyperinflations, prices go up weekly, daily, even hourly as money speeds through the economy and is destroyed. People get paid and immediately go to the store to purchase items because the prices might go up so fast that if they wait, their money would not buy what it once did. There were stories in Weimar Germany that during their hyperinflation that you could sit down for a bottle of wine, and by the time you had finished the bottle, the empty bottle was worth more than the full bottle that you bought an hour ago. Crazy stuff, but it happens. All this paper money eventually becomes worthless. Hyperinflationary depression. Things bought with cash, i.e. food and fuel, generally goes up in real value and in nominal terms. Things bought with credit, homes, cars, will crash in real value, but also go up in nominal terms. When I say nominal, that's the face value of the commodity or house or car. That's the actual sale price. But the real terms is when you factor in the inflation into it. Then you see how your real returns are. Money is spent faster and faster as it loses value on tangible assets in a game of hot potato. You could quite conceivably have the food in your refrigerator have more dollar value than your entire mortgage. Look at that. This is in Zimbabwe. $100 billion. That would be more money than Bill Gates and Warren Buffett combined. Their $100 billion would buy 3 eggs. And there was a time where, I think it was Rhodesia, that their dollar was equivalent to our dollar. So it's not like they started off with a huge discrepancy in value. But as their government became more parasitic and spent more money into the system, it destroyed their dollars. Now, most of our budget goes to taxes, interest, shelter, and transportation. In a hyperinflationary scenario, 90% of your income, that you, if you're fortunate to have a job, will go to food and utilities. And remember what I said earlier, that in an inflationary environment, nothing goes up faster than food and utilities. So if one of the first things I recommend everybody buying when they're preparing for this is to buy storable food, because that is something that you know you're going to need. Your life depends on it. Is incredibly cheap right now. I think the Americans only spend 7% of their total budget on food, whereas most other nations spend upwards of 20 to 30% of their income on food. And it would act as a great investment, because if it goes up twice the rate of inflation, your actual food is earning you money, or at least saving your future spending. And again, that future spending, that future claim on goods, if you get the goods now, the goods are worth more, and you don't have to worry about that future claim, hoping that one day that you'll have all this money to buy what you need in the future. This is really an interesting concept that I think eludes most people. Modest inflation of, say, 5% confiscates 64% of your purchasing power in 20 years. And confiscates 90% of your purchasing power during your working years. And confiscates 100% over your lifetime. Meaning that just that modest inflation of 5% through the ability of compounding interest, and this doesn't even include taxes, literally every dollar that you earn gets confiscated by the government. And on top of that, a new currency is introduced every once in a while to make sure that no one gets out alive. This is their money, their system, and they want it back. Our only choice is to protect ourselves the best we can. According to G. Edward Griffin in The Creature from Jekyll Island, the goals of the international bankers, i.e. the banking cartel, is to involve the federal government as an agent shifting inevitable losses from the owners of those banks to taxpayers. The history of increasing government intervention in the housing industry, stifling of free market forces in residential real estate, the resulting crisis of the S&L industry, the bailout of that industry with money taken from the taxpayer. This is a great quote. A central bank is an institution of the most deadly hostility existing against the principles of our Constitution. Thomas Jefferson. We have to understand that in order to integrate the world economically, all that remains are the structural changes. From national accounting rules to global accounting rules. From national clearing and settlement to global system of clearing and settlement. From national regulatory laws to a global system of regulatory laws. And to bring the United States into the 21st global regulatory system by tearing down the current system and globalizing all of our financial and security laws. In other words, the very last vestiges of our economic sovereignty are being changed before our very eyes because of another trumped up credit crisis plotted and planned and profited off of. This is my favorite picture from the last couple of years, from 08, 09. Global crises are only possible because the barriers between all the nation states have been torn down. The economic, financial, political, trade, legal, and intelligence, all of them have been torn down, and to provide for this global landscape, this globalization of everything. And because of this flat landscape, it is now possible to bring down the value of all the stock exchanges at once instead of one at a time, because there are no barriers. Think about how expedient that is for those who are in position of power. No longer will any government official have any type of power. The bankers rule. The secret elite have made a fatal miscalculation. The money monopoly is power, but great power is not infinite. They could have not launched the world into perpetual wars without it. The root of this power is the ability to exploit the wealth of the productive citizen. However, like any parasite, they are ultimately dependent on their host. Their link to the exploitation of the world's wealth was through the banking system and its hidden powers of confiscation, which we're clearly pointing out in the Academy. That link is mortally wounded and is about to be severed. The Federal Reserve and the banking system are mutually dependent. The Fed's own creditworthiness goes with those 5 banks. Financial bubbles are not wealth, and the world has never witnessed such madness as the creature of Jekyll Island unleashed. The arrogance and conceit of leveraging their capital as they did, along with their derivatives, was their fatal error. As Rand said in Their Check is About to Bounce, account is overdrawn, there's no more bailouts, and Atlas Shrugged, John Mayer. The second book I recommend besides Creature of Jekyll Island is Atlas Shrugged. It's an incredibly long novel. It is very easy reading. It has a good action story, and it really plays on what we're going through. The basic moral, if you don't know, is John Galt is a industrialist, a man of the mind. The people that really create true wealth. And he basically stops working for this parasitic system and encourages all these other brilliant industrial minds to stop contributing to the slavery and the existence of the system. And he eventually recruits enough of these brilliant minds and industrialists to stop participating in the system, and they go off and form their own little hidden world where they're able to profit off of their own unique values and talents and watch the world destroy itself. And it's an incredibly deep book. I hope that one day that they do make it into a movie, although it probably won't be as good as the book, but that's another book I really recommend. Basically, there's one simple thing that's left. It's the Treasury bond market and then the dollar. That's all that's left, guys. Once those two markets go, and they're actually one and the same, it's Katie bar the door.